Oh yeah, that's the hit of the whole fruit. Welcome back to Low Energy Videos. That's me. Impromptu stream. A little lower, little lower, a little lower. A little higher for you guys. There we go. Now it's not blaring in my skull, and you guys can hear these silky, silky tunes. In fact, I think this is a new song. Tesk, Hide. This is from Virtual Cottage. So welcome back to Low Energy Videos. I am your boy, the man whose face is being devoured by a TV screen. So can I scoot the camera down just a smidge more? There we go. Much better. Now, get into the sticky wicket. You're a sticky wicket. Today is the day. The first of the last before the trip. But this has nothing to do with the trip. Except the fact I'll remind you guys that we do have a stream goal. In fact, if anyone could help us reach the goal, greatly appreciated. I'm off on the 15th to Dublin and the 16th to America. So, net and given, greatly appreciated. Not required, though. Neither is like, sharing, and subscribing. But today, we're going to look at two things. Well, we'll start by trying to look at two things. They're big things, and one of them is ongoing. And they're going to be a little bit more structured than normal. Last few streams where I've had no real theme, I've just sat down and put the camera on. This could be a little different. A little bit more focused. We're going to be looking at what's been going on in Brazil. The new riot there that briefly stormed the Capitol buildings and all that. Only with no one, as far as I can tell, no one was hurt. And they're being arrested as we speak. But they are getting, they did wreck the place up. I saw Vadim posting, it ain't a revolution until somebody shits on the Senate floor. And then he uploaded a picture of somebody shitting on the Senate floor. I can't show you that, obviously. The buildings were evacuated. And Bolsonaro, who is now hiding in a Target in Miami, is currently saying that they're very bad and they shouldn't be doing that, and he lost the election fair and square. The police are cracking down hard, but at the beginning it looked like it was pretty rough. It looked scary, kind of like what happened January 6th. They were caught off guard. We're going to find out a lot of the details as the weeks go on. The plans, the schemes, because this shit needs plans and schemes. There probably will be their version of a January 6th commission. But much like January 6th, it was a fucking flop for the right. And we can't do anything but praise. They'll all be sworn in, and there's nothing they can do about it. Ha ha ha. But that's not all we're going to look at. If you follow me over on Twitch, which should, link in the doobly-doo, you will find that I was playing Doom, and while talking to Raisin, I decided to talk about doing a video on incels. Or doing a stream where we look at incels and stuff like that. Well, this isn't quite it, but we did talk about this whole Jake and Lord of Patriarchy debate. So we're going to look at that too. Let me just have this tea, and ask how chat's doing. Wait for a few people to show up, and we'll get started. And as I said before, this is Virtual Cottage. You can get it free on Steam. This plays little music in the background. I really need to customize the songs. There's some songs I like, some I don't. And there's a bunch of new ones. Hey, Raisin. It's the last week. It's the last week. This time next week, I will be 3 o'clock in the morning, my time. What time's it there? 7? I think I'll have just gotten in. I'm probably just getting rested in now in the hostel. Also this Wednesday, Raisin, Magicus, Two Guns, John Morgan, Missy Ann, possibly Mickey, still no word on him. They'll be joining me here at on around about 10 o'clock my time, where we do a last bit of brainstorming. And hopefully put the word out for one random person who's like, hey, I'm in New York, or I'm in Philly, I can come around and see you. Plus there'll be alcohol. Yay. Alright, enough preamble. Let me down the rest of this chai and we'll get started. This song, by the way, is called Dream Phi GBY. Losing it. Dream. Awesome. It's 10 p.m. here. If I'm getting at 6, yeah, I'll probably be asleep at that point then. I almost certainly will be exhausted after the whole day I had. Though I might be in the bar downstairs in the hotel lobby. Hopefully I've had a shower since then. Oh. Alright. Let's bring up our first thing. We gotta talk about Brazil first. As much as I love me some debates and drama, Brazil's kind of a big fucking deal. It's kind of a big deal. Brazil's Lula, who is awesome and very left-wing and progressive. He's not quite Bernie Sanders, but he's pretty much there. Found and punished as Bolsonaro supporters invade government buildings. Bolsonaro was the last president, Trump's friend, and very, very, very much a right-wing lunatic. He set fire to the Amazon just because he knew it would piss off the left. President Lula da Silva has declared the federal security intervention of Brasilia after supporters of far-right former President Jair Bolsonaro, who is now currently, if I'm right, sitting in a KFC or a... Yeah, there he is. After he lost the election, he fled the country because he thought the police would come and... He's in Florida right now, eating chicken and going to like Target. He's a refugee. He's another refugee from a Latin country. Everybody's just copying America. Yeah, look, January 6th came 2 days late. Right? They had a populist far-right demagogue who promoted absolute shit, going then to say that that the election would be stolen and he'd fight it. He then lost in an actual election, a proper legal election. And then he, unlike Trump, he fled. Although Trump has in a way fled. He fled to his own little fortress of Mar-a-Lago, a very easily accessible fortress. And now he's, his minions tried and failed to seize the capital. They burst into an empty building. You know, you can have a Senate in anything. You could have a Senate in a cinema. But wait, did someone paint that? Dude! Oh, I like that. Where's the one where he's like Bolsonaro store? He's at a store. There he is. I don't know where he's at. Get away, get away. I don't even understand your language. Look at him, he's just there like, yep, hello, fellow American citizens. I love being just an American now. Yes, sirree. He looks so confused, too. Just looking at the random items. He's like that meme from the 90s of like your janitor was a former like general in this now failed state. When Afghanistan fell back under Taliban control, I remember reading the aide of the ambassador to Germany was stuck in Germany, so now he does DoorDash. All he does is deliver, like he's on a bike and just delivers DoorDash all day. In like Berlin or Frankfurt or something like that. Yeah, here's the thing though, like Bolsonaro told his people to like stop doing what they were doing. That's the crazy thing. Like Trump. Here it is in Portuguese, but I have no idea. He's just saying he doesn't support it. Like, Trump didn't tell his people to stop. He was more like, oh, I love them. They're all beautiful, but, you know, English. I'll have a look at the footage right now. No? Just random tweets? Alright, fine, fuck it. Let's have a look at the actual footage. There's a lot of it. And it's still coming out. No audio. Ooh. Here they are outside the Congress. The police held up barricades, but they were shattered in a lot of places. Supporters thought to have broken through the blockade set up by security forces. Yeah, the security forces didn't use lethal force. Again, kind of a good sign of trigger discipline. Because I'm not hearing like piles of dead. They came in, they trashed the place. There's footage of this girl shitting on the floor. That if you follow Vadim, you probably would have seen, of course. So he'd do that. These are the same motherfuckers who were praying to make Lula return to hell when he won. Here we go.
Dos três poderes, olha. Entramos na esplanada, pessoal, entramos.
Yeah, because their ideology by default makes no sense. So of course their grasp of reality, because they're trying to like get the army to join in. They have banners saying like the military intervening, but then the military just shows up and arrests them. It's like those Blue Lives Matter guys who were like waving the flag at the start of it, going like, "We support the police," and the police started to like arrest them, and then they tried to set the Blue Lives Matter thing on fire. Pigs like whoever's feeding them the trough. Like, if the trough is being filled by someone, the police like them. It's that simple. And if you have a stable government, this is the exact same thing what happened with the Caesar, the Emperor's guards, the Praetorians. The Praetorians didn't give a fuck who was on the throne, so long as their position was secured, because it was a comfy job.
Milhares e milhares de pessoas. Pessoal.
This was surprised Pikachu face.
O bem venceu o mal. O bem venceu o mal.
I like how I like the amount of open space outside of their building. It's very, it's I think it's bigger than the mall in America. I think in Washington. Yeah, that's a bit bigger by the looks of it, or at least on par. Our one doesn't have anything like that. The Dáil in Dublin is a very crunched up building. Irish Dáil building. The houses of the Oireachtas. Yeah, here's our government buildings. The houses of the Oireachtas, so known as the Dáil, which is one of them. The Dáil Éireann. Yeah, it looks like a mid-sized American city's library, doesn't it? Like Winnipeg's national, like state library. Yeah, fill the space with a pool and stone wieners. Hey, I'm all for the infinity pool. That's really cool looking. And the stone wiener is telling. But it is very much, but like, you know, like some buildings, some government buildings, they look the part. I don't like the whole sort of Art Deco stuff. That looks like some art college in like France, their main building. It looks weird. Brazilian president found and punished, full force of the law. Former Brazilian president evaded the country. President Palace, Supreme Court, Ministry buildings. Footage and image on social media. It looks like thousands of people, many draped in the yellow and green Brazil flag. I always like the flag of Brazil. It's very cool looking. Streamed up the steps of National Congress. Understood the supporters broke through the blockade. No immediate reports of deaths so far. But they did fuck shit up. Thrown furniture, smashed windows, presidential palace, flooding parts of the Congress with a sprinkler system, ransacking ceremonial rooms. Congress, Supreme Court, and presidential palace is now all being retaken by security forces. Local media, about 3,000 people were involved. In a speech, he declared the federal security intervention in Brasilia following riots. Fascist fanatics and will be punished with the full force of the law. Now, wouldn't that be nice if fucking Biden had done something like that? The federal intervention in Brazilian capital will last until the end of the month. As barbarism, everyone involved in the riot will be found and punished. Bolsonaro being a genocidist who encouraged social media from Miami. He actually hasn't. He's been kind of keeping his head down on this. Though the reason Bolsonaro fled to Miami was because he thought that Lula would like put him on trial and execute him. I don't think that would have happened. He might have gone on trial though. Knows there are various speeches ex-presidents encouraging this. Targeted Congress, climbed the building roof, television smashing furniture, Congress. Bolsonaro rejects the accusations. Oh, here we go.
Que é a porra do STF, cara. Que é a porra do STF. Quem manda aqui nessa porra?
Like, they're fucking shit up, but they're looking for people. There's no one there. No one was there. And I've got some footage of like horse police being deployed and shit like that. Hey, Bill. Conditioned to assert Roman architecture with government. Yeah, that's the lasting legacy of the fucking Romans. We see a pillar and we're like, ooh, important things go on there. All this is just going to come out of taxpayers' money. They did nothing. They did nothing. You know? Hell, this might be a good opportunity to renovate the building afterwards. Considering a lot of these motherfuckers are going to be fined, maybe it's they'll recoup the losses, you know? A lot of these are rich motherfuckers. The upper middle class heavily supported Bolsonaro. You know what? They did a fucking quick job of it. They, in all fairness, they fucking wrecked that place fast.
Ó.
Look at her. Yay! She's gonna be watching this footage in a few days in a courtroom. Was that you? No, I don't even know how to do jumping jacks. Video posted on Twitter reveals structured protest called the Supreme Federal Court. Trash up furniture and smash windows. Criminal investigation requested. Requested be damned. It should already be started. Statement of the Attorney General. Immediate opening of criminal investigations. Accountability of those involved. Inside, this is the Congress. Whatever player Sky News uses, it's very slow to get started. Oh, this is the one we watched earlier. Supporter of Brazil's former president. Here's security forces. Yeah, there's the horse guys. The thing about horse guys is once you swamp them, you can pull them off the horses, and they know that. Horses need to do their job after the first swipe, or else it's over. They'll just get pulled down. Clash with police. There's some tear gas being used. I'm normally not for police brutality, but when the police can actually do their job to defend, you know, democracy, yeah, I'm okay with that. It's why I never supported the idea of defunding the police. Reform the police. They exist for a reason. You need something to stop people from murdering and raping. You can't have, like, militia and the honor system. Humans don't work like that. Blocking roads, setting fire to vehicles. And we're going to look at some cops here in a few seconds who are classic right-wing lunatics. Blocking roads, setting fire to vehicles, gathering outside military buildings, asking the armed forces to intervene, which they fucking did, just not the way they wanted. In the votes, but the former president questioned without evidence the credibility of the country's electronic voting system. I wonder where he got that idea from. Many of its hardcore supporters believe him. They've, after reports President Paz has been left in deteriorated condition. Oh yeah, he looted the place before he left. Recording a conservative coup d'etat. I'm just looking for more footage. We all know what's... Yeah, it's other countries now, what they're chiming in. Anthony Blinken's comparing court and immediate riots. Stop that. No, stop. Stop it. Stop. 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 Stop it. Stop. No, you shouldn't do that. That's bold. But yeah, well, no. 48 hours before his term elapsed. So he technically left Brazil. According to show Brazilian and global around which moved in, rugs have been torn, floor damage. Yeah, all they did was cause damage. It's just they're having one last sissy fit before what they believe to be some sort of socialist demon takeover. In reality, they're going to look around and see poorer people a little happier, and that will make them feel very sad. Oh, and gay people will probably have more rights. That'll probably make them feel very, very sad. Oh, and speaking of the devil. What? Bolsonaro riders getting arrested in Brazil. Look at them all being marched out. Oh, oh, oh. Fail harder, right-wingers. The woke army is crushing you everywhere you fight back. Maybe you shouldn't fight back and just accept the fact that we won. I need a good Nelson laugh for that. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I like that one. That's a good one. And we get in the chat for all the right wingers who are who thought that this would cause some sort of like glorious coup that would overthrow socialism and start some sort of global return to tradition. Like, what could have they done? You know, like, were they gonna overrun the president, kill him, put him on trial at a kangaroo court? No, of course not. This was never going to end well. It's like January 6th wouldn't have. If January 6th had gotten what it wanted and caught even like a quarter of the Democrats and maybe even a few Republicans they didn't like, the army would have just then definitely been called in and it would have been a bloodbath. They would always have lost. the army would have just refused Trump and shot him. They probably would have just outright shot him. And probably the security forces wouldn't have even done it. And they'd have, well, what could have they done? The most weaponry they would have had would have been probably tear gas and a few pistols and MP5s. You know, like, oh, here comes the most powerful military in the world, and it's pissed. Here, yeah, like there was even less people. There was like 3,000 people there, and there was what, like 9,000 people outside of the capital, and they lost too. In all fairness, so they did more damage. They did much more damage than in the than in Congress. But you know, a lot of people are gonna have their opinions and shit, and I for one have mine very, very, very much out in the open. Like fuck Bolsonaro fans, and probably fuck Bolsonaro for good measure too. I'm gonna have a look around and see if I can find any more footage. See if there's any more. There's AOC talking about it. 32 years to the day, Capitol was attacked. 2 years already, fuck's sake. See, with fashion moving to the same Brazil, and they failed the same way. Granting, yes. There's one country in the world that would probably take him. Russia. So get him over to Russia. Bernie Sanders. Today's attack is exactly why I pushed for the Senate to pass a resolution backing fair and free elections in Brazil. This is about whether Brazil is democracy or not. Which it is. You know, it's got its flaws, but it's a proper one. Musk, of course, being involved in this. Once again, Twitter-led election conspiracy theories run rampant after Musk dismantled all their trust and safety teams. Yep. Musk says possible that Twitter gave preference to leftists. This is the shit, they're all feeding into it. You helped. What the fuck? That's weird. Cause this. Good thing the right is utterly useless at getting what it wants. And that so far as we know, no one was hurt. Fuck off, rich boy. I can't stand the man. Fucking can't stand him. Imagine if you responded. Well, that's one way of becoming popular overnight. I want to find that Bolsonaro tweet where he's basically saying, like, you shouldn't be doing this. Lula. I'm also looking for anyone who's siding with the protesters, just to see some sort of madness. The reason I have it hidden is because there might be some nudity. That's it. That's all I'm terrified of. Twitter is a dangerous, dangerous place. The old George Santos boasted about participation in Jan 6, paying the legal fee of insurrection. New George Santos. George Santos, I suppose. He's one of them. Oh, the Publix in Orlando. Yeah. Again, he looked so fucking lost. I guess he is. People need to use their discernment and quit blaming the fact that they believe something just because it exists on the internet. People on the internet, the world's flat and 2,000 years old. Yep. Or know what I'm getting sick and tired of? We could exist in a world of both sides. Fuck off. Fuck off. That's how we got. That's how fascism wormed its way back in. No, we can't. Throw rocks at fascists. Not online. Offline. On the moon. While wearing a tutu. Like, every time they rise up, they get smacked down. But who keeps telling them that now's the time to rise up? People fucking online in authority. And they're not, it's not like a Darwinist sort of thing where they're being like mowed down in the streets and now there's fewer of them. They're not learning their lesson because they're getting little slaps on the wrist or sort of, you shouldn't have done that. A few big names, not even all the big names, but a few big names get like a few years in jail. QAnon shaman. Wow. In a way, he's as much of a victim of Trump's bullshit as anyone else. He's definitely bought into the lies. But look, Baked Alaska is still fucking online. Why didn't someone just burst? Where's the fucking FBI bursting into his room while he's live streaming, put a gun to his head and the screen just goes off? And next minute we know he's standing in front of a judge. And of course, where's Trump? What does Trump say about this? Let's have a look at his Telegram, seeing that we can't, or his Gab, or whatever the fuck it is. Trump, Brazil. Yeah, it makes me angry. It makes me angry because justice isn't happening. And I don't want revenge. If I want revenge, we're talking about death camps. Like, we're talking about using them as fucking food. Like, we'll go full Warhammer 40,000 servitors. We'll lobotomize them and use them as cheap labor. But justice? Justice is having everyone involved up in front of courts. Real courts, where they'll get justice. Where they can say their bullshit all they want and then be shot down. Because every time they open their fucking mouths, it's always defeated by facts and logic. Not that Ben Shapiro form of facts and logic either, but actual facts and logic. I don't want blood flowing through the streets. I want to see some people who thought they could get away with it not get away with it. I want to see smug smiles gone. That's what I want. And then when we make reality ignorance, people get hurt. Yep. Yeah, that's the thing. Like, this is no different. And in some cases, it overlaps completely with religious nut jobs who think that, you know, God tells them to do A. God tells them to do B. God doesn't exist, so he can't tell you to do jack shit. And if he did, the Grand Master of the Universe goes all the way down to you not liking black people. Not liking the fact that poor people get a little bit more on their wages each week? No, that makes no sense. It would make more sense if he didn't like that to it not happening in the first place. Bullshit. It's so many angles, and there's so much bullshit that I think Trump is No, Trump aids. Bannon. Well, it wouldn't be Twitter. It would be Trump responds to Brazil. No, none of them are saying. If anyone can find anything from Trump, please post it in the Discord. Do join our Discord, by the way. By Trump's declaration. Yeah, backers ransack. Alright, so it's helping to create mass delusion. Of course it is. And there's lots of reasons for it. Oh, here we go. This is the police. Trying to disperse them. Dude, did that guy knock like a stone back with his giant stick? He did! Holy fuck, that's impressive! Is he playing fucking polo? What the hell? Whack! You know what I've noticed though? This riot has no version of the QAnon shaman or Baked Alaska or a bunch of other people. Maybe in Brazil there is like this version of them. I don't know. What's a Brazilian dish? Fried coquinha. Coquinha. I can't pronounce that word. Fried one of these, and he's currently hiding somewhere. Oh, I've had one of them. Those are nice. What? What? On the plus side, the internet is doing a lot of good too. I would nowhere be nearly as savvy about how to spot this shit. And I was a part of the fucking far right at one point. The real far right. Fucking skinheads, neo-Nazi shit. And I was nowhere near as savvy until I, like, on my own dropped all that shit. And then as I learned and watched more people, I kind of just... I listened and I started to, like, understand more and more. So the internet does amazing things, but it can also be a den of fucking scumbags. Yeah, there goes the cop right from this horse. Told you. A cop, cops on horseback aren't nearly as effective. They're for shock value once. You know, it's much easier to they're too spaced out. If they were more clumped together, that would have worked. I would have driven you insane if we got in school together. I wouldn't have. Well, depends how old I would have been. You know, it depends. Because it wasn't a very long point in my life. I had political views. The thing was, I was a really bad skinhead. It didn't control my life. If politics was brought up, it was politics. But then I could talk about anime and games and movies and all that other shit like I do now. It's just back then I would have also had some fucked up views. Particularly on immigrants. Too late, I was born insane. Yeah, the internet's just been adding some spice to it, hasn't it? One more time I want to see him hit that rock. Hey guys, watch this! What? Yeah, the cops clearly were left a little bit unprepared for this. Which, that is something interesting, because they knew after January 6th, every police force in the world should be taking, like, steps. Oh, dude, not someone I follow, but someone who's friends with me on GOG just started playing one of the coolest little known games in the world. Not Sins of an Empire. Empire of the Dying Suns, or the Failing Suns. It's an entire 40k knockoff. It's colossal in scale. The game is fucking huge. I just saw them start up there now. Imagine if you're playing like a giant space sort of 4X game, but then every time you land on a planet, it's like Civilization 2. A game of Civilization 2 breaks out on every single world. And there's like dozens of worlds, and there's like this Byzantine politics, and oh, it's good. It's good shit. I used to ask people if they needed a hug. Start with all the shared humanity stuff. Yeah, that's awesome. Like, that's awesome on your part. You're a very good person. I would have taken that hug. I wouldn't have hated you. At least I hope not. Then again, I could be editing. I could be thinking editing. We'll have. Let's see if there's any updates now. And then at the hour, we'll move on to the debate between Patriarchy and Jake. And it's not even a debate; it's a conversation. But let's have a quick look up to see any updates. I'll go to CNN for this part. What? Brazil police clear government buildings. Let's see if there's anything new. Facebook says it will remove content that praises storming of Brazil. Of course there was Facebook people supporting it. Advance of election, we designate Brazil as a temporary high-risk location, has been removing content calling for people to take up arms, forcing invade Congress. Yes. Good, but you still let that shit happen anyway. And pass design violence like terrorists, yeah, generally 6. Brazil would adopt further measures to strengthen the country's capital. It's a bit late now for that, isn't it? Some people, I wonder how many people have died or will die. There's got to be at least a death out of this. Justice Minister, UN Secretary General condemns assault on Brazilian democratic institutions. Bolsonaro is answer supporter. Here we go. This is what I wanted to say. Former Brazilian President Jair Bolsonaro announced depredations in invasion of public buildings. Supporters stormed key buildings. Police said clear the buildings. Yeah, peaceful. I wonder how many are hiding underneath desks right now. You think that, like, that girl who was like, yay, earlier is now in a bathroom with that flag covered? Like, I'll hide underneath this flag. No one will see me. Invasion of public buildings occurred today, as well as the peaceful demonstrations. 27 escaped the rule. Throughout my mandate, I've always acted according to the Constitution. Bolsonaro said he would cooperate with peaceful transition of power. He also declined concede. Yeah, he said he'd work with it, but he won't concede to it, and he ran away. The army. Oh shit! No, there was one thing more I wanted to show you. A bunch of cops who they didn't try to stop them, and they supported them. Brazil police support rioters. I thought I had it saved. Videos. Oh, look at this from Politico real quick. There was only a handful of them. They clearly just let the protesters work, but they were probably in turn arrested. That happened in January 6th as well, didn't it? A few cops kind of looked... No, a few cops from outside of DC came in who were like either relieved or were like on vacation or whatever. Here we go. Nice day for a failed revolution, huh? She brought a fucking cooler. She thought ahead. Fascists need to stay hydrated in the sun too. Oh, people brought their fucking kids. Those kids are going to remember so much. They're going to remember so little of what the actual protests were all about. Wait, there's more? What the hell? No, there isn't. What's up with that audio? Lula, rioters, supporters breaking into Brazilian Congress. Challenge to Lula. There's not really much else coming out right now, by the looks of it. No, my luck, there'll be more later. If during the rest of this stream some new footage shows up, I'll show. But like, it's been absolutely bedlam the past while. So I imagine not a lot of information has been flowing out with ease, you know? Live updates. It's the same thing. Yeah. This is all the same thing. You know what that means? It didn't last very long. It didn't last all day or whatever. It only lasted a few hours. Because if they're already getting arrested from 5 hours ago, yeah. The Times of Israel. Tea without disabling. Yes, tea without disabling. One more reason. One more reason to not trust the media. I wouldn't call what he did address it. Well, actually, I suppose technically he did. He just was like, that's bad. You fucking caused it. Well, one of the thousands of reasons that caused it. Protests grow. No, it doesn't. Oh, this is November of last year. Yeah, there was some signs. You'd have thought that the fucking military and the police of Brazil would have worked faster with this. They've had months to prepare. Wait, 300? Oh, 3,000. Oh, 300 people were arrested. Okay. What we know so far. There's going to be some crazy footage coming out from so many angles over the next while. Police revised number of arrests to 300. Investigation last until the last member is identified. There was 3,000 of them. You've got a tenth. Keep at it. Including the kids. They can't be living in the best households if they're being brought out to something like this. It's been downgraded to 300. They were probably held up to 400 were held and 100 were left go. All right. Let's go over to Jake and let's go over to no, my luck. There's gonna be like some crazy footage about to be released. Like I said, we'll come back to it. So I wanted to talk about this. I'm gonna give you guys some context. First of all, if you're enjoying it so far, like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below for Discord and Twitter and all that good shit. As well as a wish list for this year if you want to help out getting the channel to look a little better. And this Sunday is the day I start the trip to America. So anything given would be greatly appreciated. Not required. Streamlabs, yeah boy. Now, so long as you're having some good times. Because I've got good times. Oh yeah, this is actually a good intro. This is considering what we're about to watch, maybe this is good comparison. Aiden Ross sniffs Andrew Tate's chair upon leaving his room.
You know this. I have work to do. I'm done. I fixed you. Where are you going? I'm ready, bro. I'm really gonna do this shit. Y'all don't understand, bro. I'm really.
He sniffed the fucking chair. In some tribes, some men would drink the urine of the older men to gain their power. No. Oh, that ball sweat. That ball sweat and that taint juice. Oh. By the way, according to Keem, Andrew has been transferred from the prison that he's staying at into hospital. Well, no idea why he was transferred to hospital. Maybe he got his ass kicked in prison, which... Okay. Or maybe it turns out there was something wrong with him. But we don't know what yet. Maybe they started noticing a strange smell coming from him. Tain't likely. Brutes. Oh, I wonder how he took Andrew Tate going to jail. I just think a few days prior, he'll be the last person who will, with consent, sniff that dude's chair. Oh dear. Anyway, we're going to talk about Jake and Lord of Patriarchy. Who are they? Really? You have to ask that question? Okay, quick ringer. Jake, Corn Daddy. Lord of Patriarchy, no one's daddy. Sad daddy. Very sad daddy. Jake, one half of the Bible Reloaded back in the day. Still technically, but they don't really do much anymore. Lord of Patriarchy, basically War Corpse, who had a bunch of clocks. Jake, very cool on the left. Very good chef. Likes to get stoned and likes basketball. Lord of Patriarchy, likes boobs and overcooking meat. Jake doesn't treat women like trash. Lord of Patriarchy, it's literally in his name. They don't like each other. My baby booty boy. Oh yes, security monitor lizard also goes after Dave, doesn't it? Let us. Oh, and by the way, seeing that I've just spotted Jared down there here. Quib in our Discord linked his Discord. If you want to troll him, go ahead. I'm staying out of it. I poked my head in real quick just to see if I spotted any names in the chat. His Discord is very dead. He's only got like 10 people, so I guess he destroyed his Discord and brought a new one back. So feel free to go nuts. It's not really my cup of tea to do it. If he's ever on Twitter, I'll do it, because all he'll do is block me. But I don't want to have to deal with... not his fans, but it's Jared in the chat. In fact, if I see Jared in the chat ever, I'm just going to block him straight away. I won't even, we'll just talk, as he's not there. Like, you know who's a sack of shit? Jared. You know who likes little kids? Jared. You know who's going to die alone? Jared. On and on and on and on like that. But he'll be blocked, so we can't say anything. But even here, you can see, like, Jake and Dave. Jake doesn't hate Dave. He's tried to help Dave in the past to clean himself up, to drink less, or to at least drink better. He's kind of reminds me a lot of Cobes like that. And Dave was like really sad. Like really, not just like sad as like pathetic, but sad as in like sad. He'd often cry on camera. He looked like he was so alone and so destitute. He hated the way the world was. He hated the way that he was. I don't follow him nearly as much as others. Like I said, when I was on Monitor Lizard's channel, I didn't even know he had stopped using the clocks. Only time I really watch him is when we have him on BR for his cooking, and that's very rare. He's probably the least person we watch cooking, because he's not the worst cook. It seems every bad cook does something particularly wrong. With Dave's cooking, he just chars everything. He kind of nukes it. Now, Jake, on the other hand, is like really good of a cook. He's a proper chef. Sometimes he just gets urges to create some random dish, burgers, or he made like this homemade pizza, this deep dish pizza thing. All right, I just heard noises out there. It's just Metal Monkey. The Metal Monkey gave me this weird German burger thing earlier today, and it was really nice. It was a very complicated spice burger. It was alright. Could do with a bit of sauce, a little bit of sauce. Anyway, let's get to it, shall we? Let us get to it. Because this is, how many days ago now? 3 days. This is, by the way, a part of the wider incel left needs to help to help young men out more arguments, but it gets into a wider thing. I've not seen it, but so I'll be live reacting to it. Let's just give it cinema mode so you guys can see. And yes, Jake is okay with me watching this, of course. If not, well, he can go in and like, dude, don't steal my content, which would be a bit weird of him. I doubt Lord of Patriarchy is going to be exactly thrilled about this.
Welcome. How you doing tonight?
Doing good, man.
Doing good. Okay.
I'm kind of annoyed there's no Corn outfit. Jake's Corn outfit throws them off so fucking much. It's brilliant.
So, obviously, we have had many back and forths over the course.
He's making a joint.
I want to talk to you because I find you fascinating because you get mad at me about stuff. So, do you have anything you want to get off your chest initially?
No, you're the aggrieved party. Come at me, bro.
The aggrieved party. Okay. What do you think my grievances are?
I have no idea, but I just found you by you responding to me, so I had no reason
for that.
No, I didn't say a damn word about you until you started talking about me.
We've had previous back and forth. Remember when you deleted your clocks?
The clock arc is when I was really invested in Dave. His clocks were glorious. Everyone seems to be taking shots at Lord of Patriarchy. Oddly enough, not DP anymore, but of course they did back in the day. Underhaven did it, of course. Unchained Maidens. I think the shit show is taking a crack at him. I think Miss Parker has. Jake, of course. I think Hannah as well. Geek Room. I know they've had a few tussles with him. A lot of people have kind of swung at this dude, and it's always been like so sad for him because he's just so bitter. It's like if you were to cut open his veins, bile would just be coming out. He's so fucking kidding me. Like he's just this big grumpy sad lump, and it's very, very telling that he's not happy. So Jake has tried to help him, but he's also really condescending to him, and I think it's justifiable. Jake can be very condescending. I call it his teacher voice because he was a former teacher, and he's told me that, like, yeah, like this is what I do, like this is what I did when I was a teacher. I'd be like, really? Could you come up to the class and say exactly what you were just saying right there? But you were so busy having this conversation beforehand. You know, like, if I was under that gaze, I would have fucking hated him. I'd have been like, smug asshole. But from an outsider looking in, I'm like, yeah, it gets the shit done.
That was after you found me.
Yeah, after I found.
This has always been. I haven't given a rat's ass about you until you found me.
Well, that hurts, man. But that's okay. I'll make it through. I give a rat's ass about you, Dave. I definitely do. Do you know why?
Oh, why?
because the things that you tend to
This is some meta shit. We're watching a video of Jake's about Jake and patriarchy, looking at a video of patriarchy. This is some streamer inception shit. If anyone ever wants to break down my opinion on this, don't. Really, because it's just one level too deep. Like, come on. You have to talk to Lord of Patriarchy like the drunken toddler because he's drunk most of the time. He is, but I'm drunk a lot of the time too. He's like Cobes. There's not just a hair. He's also reminds me a bit of me as well. That's really sad. And I don't just mean the beard. I've often seen myself a lot like him.
Get mad about seem to lie in a place of deep insecurity rather than like a political position. Anything? No.
Well, I'd like a little more.
Okay.
Like,
well,
okay.
So instance, you're just doing this Andrew Tate stuff, and right now you're.
What Patriarchy does sometimes is that he's just obsessed with posting pictures of like women making out, hot women. Which, yeah, okay, cool. But he does it like a flex. So he's more than welcome to do it on my channel. I won't give a fuck. But say more about him. I'll be like, is this trying to like throwing me off? Jake's audience is famously fragile. So, and I know this because I've been on the fucking end of it. Like, Vosh's audience can be cool as fuck. DP's audience, well, we are DP's audience for the most part. My audience, yeah, it's fine. I don't give a fuck, except when I do. But Jake's, ooh, there's some fragileness. There's a little bit of the woke scullery. And I didn't know this, but his partner, Sarah, apparently has a lot of people who don't like her. Like on the left. People who I like, so I try to avoid all that shit. Sarah's cool. Got an OnlyFans now. Hope she does well out there. So it's a very busy market. She's pretty. There's a lot of pretty women out there too. Actually, I don't know if she identifies as a woman. I shouldn't say that. I think she identifies as a woman. Anyway, I want to kiss Lord of Patriarchy like a woman kissing on the street. You just go in. Oh, his face. Don't do that. That is technically sexual assault, so don't do that. But I do understand the mood that you're going for, and I respect it.
Worried about like the sexual value of women if they have like get, in your words, get run through a bunch. Like, what is that about? What's that kind of stuff?
First off, if you bothered to watch yesterday's broadcast,
did you delete that one, or is that one up still?
No, I did not delete that one.
Oh, okay.
First off, I would have said, and if you've watched any of my broadcasts dealing with the whole Andrew Tate thing since this happened, I said, look,
what's the Andrew
let's
Tate
wait
thing?
for the evidence.
What's Andrew Tate have to do with what I just asked you?
You're
not Andrew Tate. It's not specific to Andrew Tate. I'm asking you what your deal is. Like, specifically, I don't care about Andrew Tate. Andrew Tate could boil in the sea right now, and it wouldn't matter to this conversation. Because I asked you, why do you have the take that women's sexual value drops as they fuck
you
more
want to
people?
completely ignore the Andrew Tate thing? That's fine. Okay, fine.
It's not about the Andrew Tate thing. It's about your take on it. I don't care about Andrew Tate. I'm asking about your opinion.
Well, I was explaining my take on it.
But it's not about. It's irrelevant on Andrew Tate. Like, it could be anybody.
He shouldn't have opened with Andrew Tate. There's tons of other things. It's now going to muddy the water. Like, Patriarchy doesn't really. I'm going to call him Dave. It's easier to call him Dave. Patriarchy. Lop. Good old Lop. At least Lev rolls off the tongue. That's the V there. As you well know, V's and tongues go well together. Lev.
Saying that you'd have the same take about women's sexual value.
I'm explaining my take on the Andrew Tate situation. Okay. You just want to ignore it.
Andrew Tate.
If you want to talk about Andrew Tate and waste time for a second, that's fine. You can. But
you're the
bring
one
it back
doing
to
it. And
okay.
All right, fine.
Okay.
I guess I'll play by your wacky ass rules.
Answer the fucking question, Dave.
A woman's value as a wife does go down the higher her body count.
Wait, why is a wife?
Body count is.
Wait, why is a wife?
Generally, most women will want to get married.
But wait, why?
Oh, did you hear it from Sarah in the other room? Why? Now, what Jake does here, and what he does most of his debates, is that he breaks it backwards. He goes backwards and backwards and backwards. Someone starts with a claim, and then you go like, well, what do you mean about that? Like, why this specifically? And then he's got to go back and got to go back. And as they go back, their arguments tend, especially on the right, they tend to get more abstract and less like coherent because they don't think this far ahead. They think like this is a given. And this is like the difference because they think what he thinks is that most women want to get married. No, not really. Some do. Most women want to find someone. That doesn't necessarily mean marriage. It used to mean marriage. The majority of the time it used to mean marriage. But what about women who just want to have a good career or pursue their passions? What about women who can't get married because of legal reasons, say, if they're gay? You know, marriage, companionship, sure, but then you know, like, how does that affect like body? Like, how does that affect like the body count? I've dated women who could truly be called sluts, and I don't give a fuck. It was great. They were great in bed. I did not think about like the hordes of men they fucked around me. Why would I? It'd be weird. Say more about me than would ever say about her.
But why does it why is their value as a wife specifically affected by how many partners they've had in the past?
Are you seriously gonna wife up a woman that has 50 partners?
Yeah, if we get along, if we fall in love, sure. Why not 100? Why not 1,000? Why not me being the only man left on the planet who she's never had sex with? Like, if we get along, it really doesn't fucking matter.
Sure, if
That
you
she
love
slept with 50
them?
dudes?
Wait, what is that? What makes you insecure about that? What upsets you about the many
It
partners?
doesn't make me insecure.
It makes you extremely insecure.
Just me like, well, she's been run through the meat grinder. Fuck her. She comes with a ton of baggage.
What's
I'm out.
the baggage? What's the baggage that you're worried about?
50 ex-lovers.
50 ex-lovers?
Possibly more likely than not.
Why
kids.
50? Why is a straw man at 50? How many lovers is too many for a woman? When do you stop? 2? Before you? 3? 4?
I'd say about 4.
4.
Yeah,
so
4.
once someone's
Maybe.
body count's at 4, what's your body count?
I don't know. I kind of lost track.
Oh, okay, yeah. Hundreds, I'm sure. Dozens.
Thousands, millions of times you masturbated.
Why
Sarah's in the other room just...
why isn't your value affected by that, or my value affected by that? Like, if
Because men have to work to get a body count. Women just have to show up.
what is that?
No. Yo, Raisin, you still there?
So the value, so there's like an economy to it. So someone's value, this is like a universal truth that women's value is lessened by having sex and men's value doesn't change by having sex. Is that true?
Because it's also a universal truth that if a man
why is it a universal truth?
If a man walks into a bar,
Me, I'm walking into a bar right now. Okay.
Okay, you're walking into a
I'm
bar.
walking into a bar, sauntering, confident.
You have to work
Boom.
to get any piece
No, I
of
don't.
pussy
No, I don't.
in that bar.
I will say this. This is something that Vosh talks about, and there is a level of truth to it that a lot of people... This is actually the part of the wider argument about the whole thing that he was on the Young Turks over. And this is kind of true. Sex is kind of gatekept in our culture for no practical reason whatsoever, but it is gatekept by the women to a degree. Women can get no luck finding a guy. Tons of reasons. Absolutely tons of reasons why they might not have any luck finding a guy. But majority-wise, men tend to have to try harder. But I've never had to try harder. I've just had to put in the bare minimum, and I found someone. And I'm not some sort of like multi-millionaire charisma at 12 plus enhancers motherfucker. I am literally just me. And I fuck. Like, you often see me on my phone swiping through Tinder. Sometimes I'm communicating with them. Sometimes it results in dates. Sometimes it doesn't. And when I'm on holidays, probably not on this trip because there's really not really any time to do that. I'm going to be hanging out with people. I'm going to be on stream a lot. If the opportunity shows up, fuck yeah, I'm taking it. But for women, women get proposed about more. They get offered more, but they reject them. They're like, no, I don't want that. I don't want that. And I think that's the root cause of a lot of issues for a lot of men, that they see women turning down any offer that doesn't hit their standard right then and there, which could be anything. It could be far too high or far too low. And they're just not reaching it. Or they're just not in the mood that day. Women are allowed to not be in the mood to get fucking laid. It's a shock. It's a shock. But they are very much, they are still kind of in a sense of like control socially. And that's bullshit. Women don't need to be in control of, like, they don't need to gatekeep sexuality. No one needs to gatekeep sexuality. We can just be honest. But if someone like Dave goes out to a bar and he gets rejected, it's most likely because something Dave did. That's it. It's not the woman. It's not the woman being too snooty for him. It's the woman thinking, I can do better. That's less gatekeeping and that's more being smart. You know? Like, I've shot down women who were too shit-faced. I've always told the story of the girl who wanted to kiss me and she leaned in and fell over on her side. I could have nailed that if I wanted to. There's a word for that. It rhymes with mape. I'm not gonna fucking do that.
No, I don't.
A woman
I don't have
just
to work.
has to show up and say,
So do I.
who wants to fuck me?
Why?
If a woman showed up in a busy bar and at the top of her lungs says, who wants to fuck me? Most likely she's not getting laid that night. Because everyone would think, wow, that's, there's something going on there.
Okay, why would a woman say who wants to fuck you? And why would that work on you? If a woman walked into a bar and said, who wants to fuck me? You'd raise your hand? Because you're one of the men in this.
Probably not.
So if you wouldn't,
95% of the men.
so
would.
only other men, not you. Do you see what
I
I'm
Or
don't
saying?
know
me.
about me. Depends on where I am. Depends on maybe
how
I
down
would.
bad you are. Look, I've been down bad too. I get it. Not often
But
these days, but
there's almost no men on this planet that could do the exact same thing.
who wants to fuck
that about
me?
70%,
What's
if
that?
not 80%
Okay.
of women can do.
So you're jealous of that, or you wish
I don't know what's going on with the lag, by the way. I guess there was this lag on his stream at the time.
you could walk
No,
into a
I'm
bar
just
and
saying
be like,
I'm
please
just
fuck
saying,
me.
I'm just saying that's why a woman's body count matters, because it's so easy for them to get laid.
So it's
That doesn't make sense. If it's so easy for them to get laid, then that still doesn't answer the question of why that matters. There's a deeper layer to this. Are you terrified of it, like, feeling different? That you're gonna get an STD? Like, what? Where's the logic? Where's the connection? What if it was the reverse? What if it was next to impossible for a woman to get laid? And men were the ones who were just fucking left, right, and center. Thousands of women. Like, it's a universal truth that it's not biological. Then, like, what? Where's the angle?
easier for them to get laid, so it matters. Why? That doesn't make any sense.
Yes, because she's not valuing her well, essentially.
Neither are you if you fuck that much.
Her virtue. What the fuck does her virtue mean? I care more about do I need to see a doctor afterwards, or whether or not she's got a knife on her. I watched footage yesterday of a girl on a date with a guy at a bowling alley, and she's having a fight with him, and she takes a bowling ball and fucking floors him and then strikes a perfect game. That guy's not dead, but he could be brain damaged. Either way, I hope she's in jail, because she did do attempted murder right there. Bowling balls are weapons. But, like, what connection does... Like, I'd be more worried about her snapping like that. Or, hell, she'd be more worried about me snapping like that. Which is a far more valid complaint in this day and age. Not me specifically, but a guy getting physical. Like, what? I don't see the connection there. Like, this virtue shit, like, your virtues might say that. Shit, even I've had sex. Lord of Patriarchy, maybe not lately, but damn shit, you know, I would take your virginity, my future biomechanical feminine body. Yeah, if you ever follow through and become the person you want to be, find a very elderly and even more bitter Dave. Go into the bar and shout, "Who wants to fuck me?" Let's see if he puts the hand up. And remember this conversation.
What?
It doesn't matter for a man.
Why? That doesn't make any sense.
Because that's the way. That's
just the way it is.
That's the way it is. That's all. They don't have anything deeper than that. It makes them feel icky. It makes them feel uncomfortable because a woman can get what they want with what they believe to be ease. They don't know any other context other than the woman shows up, she gets free drinks all night, and she gets a pick of the litter to go home with. Maybe more than one. Meanwhile, he's there, nursing his shitty beer in the corner, grumbling, looking up from his fucking Cobes-esque hair, going, yeah, I wouldn't want to fuck you too, buddy.
Your argument? Well, it is the way I said it is because I said it is. Like, that's your argument? That's the big brain that we came here for?
Okay, give me your counter argument.
Give me my counter argument? The amount of body.
Why am I wrong?
Why
am I wrong?
Yeah, absolutely.
Why is it that a man's body count is the exact same as a woman's body count?
I'm about to tell you. Good?
Okay, go
Alrighty,
for it.
Cool. A man's body count and a woman's body count, anyone's body count, is irrelevant. That's it. That's the whole thing.
Yeah, your dynamic I refuse on a fundamental level. It's being like, you know, why don't you care that I have a great job? Because I don't give a fuck about money. You know, why do you care that, why don't you care that I'm super tall? Because I don't give a shit. No, why don't you care that I'm black? Or why don't you care because I'm white? Or Asian or whatever? And I'm like, well, I don't see race. You have this fundamental thing that I reject automatically. In Patriarchy's case, like, she's a slut. I fucked sluts. I've dated sluts. I've fallen in love with sluts. And they've fallen briefly as the moments of the night were with me. That's also another thing. He doesn't really bring up love as much as he's bringing up just the biological function of... I always do feel sorry for sex workers. Them getting an actual love life is probably really difficult for them, because how do you broach the subject these days unless you're in like a really progressive area? And even then, you'll see the really progressive people and the really progressive people. You know, like I support sex workers, but I don't know if I could ever date one. Now as for me, I support sex workers doing everything they want to do. I find it more erotic when a woman wants to send me nudes and lewds without a penny needed. Not a transaction, because it excites her. Now, if she's an artist and wants to commission art, well, I can't draw art, and AI art is probably still way off for getting the things in my head onto pages. So I'm like, yeah, I'll commission you for that. But if they DM me and was like, I've had women who were a little bit strapped for cash. They said they do whatever they want, would do whatever I want, and I'm just like, do you just want the loan? Like, or not even the loan. Do you want like 20? Do you want like 50? I mean, I can help you out. I won't say who, but someone asked me that last year, and I'm like, oh, I'm sorry. Like, you should have asked me a few days ago. I had the money. I'd have given it to you. Yeah, I'd have just spent it on piss water beer like I did anyway. It's all right. They turned out okay, by the way. It's just like, it's just more erotic for me if a woman actually does it. That's why I don't go to sex workers, but I will support them. We've had them on the show before. We'll have them on the show again. We 100% support sex workers. But I just personally don't use them. Thought about it for thousands of different reasons. And I have gone to strip clubs, so when I was younger, which then I only went once or twice. I'm like, what's the point of this? Like, they don't even fucking get you off. Like, you just walking out there with a giant fucking heart on. Go there with as a couple. Hell yeah, that'd be sexy. Go into the private room. The girls can't touch you, but your partner can.
That's it.
Well, you can't touch the girls, but the girls can touch you.
Okay.
What? It doesn't make me insecure if someone's had sex with other people, nor should it make you insecure if other people had sex. I don't know why it would.
Oh, it doesn't make me insecure.
It doesn't make you
I'm
insecure.
Not gonna wife her.
You're not going to wife her up. Wait,
her up.
A real alpha would be secure in that I am going to be able to protect her from her 50 ex-lovers, and any of the baggage that she has, I can overcome.
Fucking Scott Pilgrim shit going on here. I was battle her exes.
Because I'm a fucking Chad. Like, what the fuck? This is so amazing that, like, dudes like you that think, like, alpha is real, like, ooh, Andrew Tate, I'm a real man, I cut my cigars right or whatever, and then when one woman gets fucked by four guys, your balls shrivel up, you're like, oh no, that's too many. I don't want to go fuck that lady.
I don't want the tainted pussy.
I don't want the tainted pussy. I think you're worried that you're not going to stack up.
Yeah, that's another thing. It's why Islam is so obsessed with virgins, and Christianity too. It's because you can't compare. I was in a bar years and years and years ago. Big shock. And I was there. I was actually there of all people with my mother, and we were getting sloshed because back in the day I used to drink my ma a lot. And we started to chat to this one dude. And he was really interesting. He was like the drummer in the band that was playing that night. We were smoking a J and passing it around out in the smoking area. And he asked, like, one thing I don't get about Islam is why the hell are they so obsessed when you go to heaven you get virgins? Virgins are shit in bed. And I'm like, well, I know the answer to that. There's nothing to compare them to, so they don't have to feel inadequate. And he's like, I never thought of it like that. And I'm like, yeah, it's pretty obvious. Like, I've got this magical J in my hand. I'm just smoking. God, I have been jonesing to have a bit of the herb. Is it legal in Manhattan or is it legal in New Jersey? Is it legal in Philly? If it's legal in any of the states, I'll try it. If not, I won't. But the shit, like, it's so fucking crazy to think that, oh no, I can't compete. Listen, I don't want to be in a monogamous relationship, walk home and find my partner fucking someone. That's less to do with them actually being penetrated by someone physically than them betraying my trust. But I've said this before, Lady and I were in an open relationship. I came into her open relationship. I didn't care. I got along well with at least one of them. He's a really cool dude. I was glad that she had someone. Like, it didn't bother me. Why the fuck would it? If you love them, you want them to be happy with someone. So long as they're being open. If they lie about it, then fuck that noise. But I've had monogamous relationships too, where I had a girlfriend who said, like, I slept with a black guy once. Is that a problem? And I'm like, No. Did you like it? Okay. I've had sex with an Italian girl. Ooh. It's really like bullshit. There's things, there are limits, you know, like a girl comes up and says like, hey, I've like, no, I'd be here all day if I were to go through like the list of it. Dave's flaw is his personal flaw, and it's fundamentally at odds with Jake, myself, and probably a lot of people who are listening right now. In that I don't give a fuck if you fucked someone before. Especially as we get older, we're in our fucking 30s. I think Dave might be in his 40s. Who fucking cares? Just be happy with someone, whether it be for a night, a week, or the rest of your life. If I had sex with biomechanical android version of my separate consciousness, but they also shared a stream of consciousness that is more incest or masturbation. Technically, it's neither. Well, it's more incest than it would be masturbation. Legal in New York, New Jersey, and parts of Pennsylvania. Well, if it's legal, well, holy shit, then yeah, I can at least light up once on the trip. Ooh, we might see the first IRL stream of me being stoned on this channel. Ah. Anyway, back to Dave.
I think that's really what it is, and that's what it's always been, right, boys? Y'all got your small dick confidence?
I don't give a fuck if I stack up or not.
You don't, and that's the problem.
She let 4 dicks into that pussy.
4 dicks?
No,
4 dicks at
4
one.
people.
She's gone.
4 people.
They're just hot dogging in the mouth. Is that what it is? Because I know at least one person who wants to try that, and I'd be like, okay. Like, don't get me wrong, there are size queens out there who basically just want the biggest thing they can get. In that case, well, I'm not the biggest guy in the world. I'm not the smallest either. I'm quite average. But if that's really what she's caring about, yeah, we probably wouldn't have gotten along as a rule, so... But I wish her well. Like, I wish all my exes well. Like, I don't fucking care. And as far as I'm aware, I think they all hope that I'm happy. Well, maybe not one of them. I don't know. I don't know about that. I wish her well. I don't know if it's returned. But it's so fucking weird. Like, Dave is so insecure, and he's saying that he's not. But then, why do you care if you're not insecure? Like, what's the core logic here?
And you let people, dudes like you, are the 4 guys that they're running through. They take about 30 seconds to come, bro. I don't think 4 30-second intervals of intercourse is what's really gonna do it. Okay, what about 1 guy fucking 1 girl 1,000 times, or 4 guys fucking 1 girl once each? What's the value? What's the value?
Because the woman kept herself pure for the one
Kept
guy.
herself pure. What's pure?
Pure fucking Bible shit going on here.
Purity is a low body count.
Purity is a low body count? Why? What makes it pure? What makes that pure?
Well, first off, there's the whole paternity thing.
Paternity? Why are you worried about... Wait, we're not talking about procreation now. We're talking about fucking. What the fuck?
Well, generally, fucking does lead to procreation, does it not?
Generally? Not since condoms were invented.
Not generally. I've fucked a lot, Dave. Let me tell you, I've fucked a lot. Never once made a baby.
God, you can't get off this.
Get off what? What else do you want to talk about? You're worried about women having too much sex without you. This is your hill, not mine.
Fine.
Yes.
You're fine. You're fine.
Of course.
Fucking a woman who has had 9,000 guys.
Of course. Why wouldn't I be okay
You'd be
with that?
fine marrying her.
Sure.
Wiping her up.
So, yes, because she has autonomy, because I'm not a pussy, dude. I'm confident enough to be like, yeah, I'm going to be the best out of these 9,000. Of course.
Then enjoy losing your money.
Weed. I was telling a story of smoking a J out in a bar, and I didn't realize that for the past few days I have been kind of jonesing for one. Something light and mellow to go with a drink. And then I'm like, wait a minute, which state is legal? And then Bill filled me in. We missed a lot, by the way. I would go back and start over it, but like we're 10 minutes in. The quick cliff notes is Dave Patriarchy is terrified of a woman with a high body count, which is anything over 4. But then he's obsessed with 50 or 1,000, and Jake, myself, and probably anyone else who's watching who's not a fucking coward, honestly, like, is freaked out, is not freaked out about it. I don't give a fuck. If she's clean, and she's not like, if they were all consensual, then yeah. She's happy, yeah. If I like her, yeah, I don't give a fuck. It's slut shaming. I've fucked sluts. I've loved sluts. Sluts have loved me. It's not a big fucking deal. I will probably love sluts again.
Money?
And Dave has been, Jake has been walking it back now, trying to find the core of Dave's freak out of a woman who is really, really like, who's really promiscuous. Purity and all that shit. It's fucking sad. Only medical in PA. Well, then I can't have weed in Philly. Alas. New York, though? Maybe.
Wait, what? Why? Wait, why are promiscuous women suddenly money tanks?
No.
Like
no,
what?
No.
You are aware
said
of
you'd
what?
wife her up. You said you'd wife her up.
I would, if I loved someone and I wanted to marry them, I would do so, yes.
Then enjoy losing your money.
Why?
Because marriage comes with financial obligations.
So would being a woman who has only had sex, a virgin, would also cost money. If she's not bringing in any income herself, then that would automatically result in no money. Where does the factor in of the numbers, you know?
So does like,
lose at the very least as a man half your shit.
What if I have a prenup, Dave? I'm not for this gendered society stuff. I don't know about you. You sure are. I'm not personally as a man, right? And who likes my rights. Okay, I'm not trying to have anything gendered. Just because I'm a man, I'm suddenly responsible for something.
Yeah.
Right? Are you?
She can pick up her own check, and unless I want to treat her, or she asks very nicely, and I have the money, and I feel the urge to do it. Just like I've been taken out on the town. I haven't felt self-conscious. Some men do feel self-conscious about that. Oh, no, Bill. I am a very sweet boy. I will not. And you know, even if I was going to, I wouldn't say it on bloody camera. You know. Oh, it's illegal. Well, then I definitely am gonna do it. No. I'm. Besides which, I'm gonna be in New York for the whole for the trip, except for one day. So fuck yeah, I'm gonna go in and have a probably with Missy actually. We'll find the dispensary. Pick up something. She can get some heavy duty shit. I can get baby's first joint. And then, I don't know, we'll go out to Central Park. If it's not too cold.
You think that... So you're like a real MRA or some shit. And now you're saying like, well,
Kitty.
just say goodbye to your money. Like, why? What a pussy. Have the responsibility to have a prenup in front of that if you're worried about it.
And why can't she bring in her own finances? You know? If you're talking about like a trad wife who doesn't want to work, okay, well then ask yourself, is now a right time to get married? Elf King has been, it took forever to get married because of finances. And they're not alone. Baby's first joint. It wouldn't be my first joint, but not by far. But you guys grow stronger shit than we normally have, and I'm always a lightweight anyway. This is the difference between me and Egghead. When Egghead had like his drinks and like had a few smokes, he was kind of like, no, I'm good. I gotta go now. But for me, I'm like, you know what? I know my limit. And I want to have a good time. I was out looking at houses in Philly and people just sat down in front in the smoke. Didn't even try to hide it. Realtor suit worked up. Hell yeah.
Anything else? What if she what? What if she won't marry you if she won't have a prenup? Is that what you're gonna say?
First off,
Then she doesn't love you, and that's
can
good.
actually be broken. Second off,
Okay, so
your average.
So don't get married.
The
Just-
average male,
Yeah, like why do you need the marriage? Just live together in love. Again, he's not mentioning love. Jake's mentioning love because he knows what love is. He wants to show me.
average male that follows you wouldn't dare ask a woman for that.
All right. So you're worried about being married. Why?
I'm not worried about being married. I just don't want to be married.
Okay. That's fine.
Yeah, a lot of people don't want to be married. I don't know if I'll ever get married. I'm not against the idea if I love her. Again, keyword love. And if I can afford it, keyword money.
You don't have to be. Why are you worried about other people getting married? Like you're making these broad straw man accusations on people. So if someone has a lot of sex, that suddenly means they're going to be a bad partner, and that's like a wild thing.
What I am worried about is
You're worried about
current,
it.
the
Beta
current
shit.
generation of men, not myself.
The
I don't give a
current
fuck.
generation. I'm younger than you. I'm the next generation behind you, and I'm doing
No, you're
fine.
not. You're in my generation.
Wait, how old are you?
Unfortunately, I'm 40. How old are you?
I'm in my 30s. I'm in my mid. What do we? How old am I? Fuck. What year is it? We'll be 35. We'll be 35.
Hey, Jake's the same age as me. I'm a little older than him. He takes a little bit better care of himself. But I have the superior beard. For now.
Okay, so you're in my generation of men.
Yes, we
so
are.
You're,
I just thought
you're
you
up
were
on the. You're up on the hill.
That's not your older. I'm sorry. Okay.
So I'm worried about these fucking men that will, there's 20% of men that are gonna run through all
20% of men, huh? Where'd you get that stat from? Fucking R incel?
20,
like what?
20% of men.
20% of men
do not get any action on any dating apps.
What? This is
Right? This is what I was saying about the weed story. When I was talking to this guy, he didn't know why Islam was so obsessed that when you die, you get all those virgins. And I was like, well, yeah, they're obsessed with virgins because they don't want to compare. They don't want to compete with someone in the back of their mind. Like, I'm surprised he hasn't brought up the physical angle, because sometimes these right-winger lunatics will bring up the idea that a woman will be like too gaped or whatever. At least that's grounded in a tiny bit of level of reality. Again, like I'd be more worried about her having like emotional like baggage that might just possibly tie into a bad experience with a dude. But 1 or 100, it doesn't make a difference. A bad experience is a bad experience. Hell, it could be completely non-sexual. Maybe it was a brother who just belittled her. Maybe it was her boss who treats her like trash. Maybe it's her mother who treats her like worse.
dating app information?
80% of men do not get any
Okay,
action.
so men don't get
Nah, he wants the trad wife Wojak, who by the way would take one look at patriarchy, laugh, and go, I could do better. So he's kind of doomed.
So the
action.
hookup
Do you
culture-
have
so the hookup,
wait, whose
the
fault is that?
hookup
Whose fault is that?
culture
Can we stop?
that
Can we go back?
You fucking fostered.
What do you mean I fostered? I'm not a big
You're a
hookup guy.
leftist, are you not?
Yeah, I'm a leftist.
Yeah, well, that's what fostered it.
What about it? What about being a leftist?
80% of men do
What's
not
hookup
receive
culture?
any attention at all.
Okay, 80% of men don't receive any attention. Whose fault is that?
Generally, it's the 100% of women that are only hooking up
So wait.
with
Okay, yeah,
20%
sure.
of the guys.
Okay, that's fine. Yeah, absolutely
And,
fine.
well, I don't want to say it's their fault.
Sure.
They can sleep with who they want.
Mm-hmm. They
But
can
at the
sleep
end
with
of the
what they
day-
want, can they?
But at the end of the day, here's
By the way, I'm clearly in the 20% due to Let me just get my phone real quick. According to Dave, I'm in the 20%. If I go to my Plenty of Fish... "91 women have viewed you, and how many are we looking at here? About 40 women like me over the last year, give or take. And they came to me. Like, I didn't like them first, because then we'd have gotten a match, and that wouldn't have shown up on the list. That's not even counting matches. They saw me and was like, ooh, I want that. It's almost like women aren't a monolith, and tastes vary.
The thing, those 20%
Can they
of
sleep with who they
guys
want?
are moving on to younger and younger women, while you guys are left fucking being miserable and alone in a house filled with cats.
With cats. Just one.
In a house filled miserable. Well, I'm being left alone. You and Sarah are living proof of what? Hookup culture? We live together. I don't know what to tell you, dude. Holy shit. So women are responsible for not fucking 80% of undesirable men?
No, women are responsible for their own actions and why they're so miserable at the moment.
Wait, I thought we were talking about how men were miserable. Now it's women. Women are miserable, therefore men are miserable? Have you okay, so when women say this is what we want so we're not miserable.
I mean, it makes sense, but tell him to complain about Pareto's law. Don't know what good it will do, just how systems seem to work out. 20% get 80%. Maybe it applies. Well, there's no way of proving that on a wide enough segment. Like, you'd have to pool like an entire country, an entire hemisphere to get it, because you do realize dating is different all across the world. Well, yeah, of course he is. No. Jake said it best. Like, where did you get this from? Incel forums? Like, that's just a statistic that there's no way of, like, backing up. And statistics aren't, like, every single time. That's why you don't need to buy 100 lottery. You can't, like, win the lottery by buying 100 lottery tickets, you know? There's no guarantee of that. You can win the lottery by buying one lottery ticket. Sometimes.
Does that interest you at all?
So are you just gonna...
Yeah, exactly, Bill. He's just yelling out a statistic that means nothing. Jake keeps on, like, trying to pin him down on the root cause of it. And at the beginning, he almost had it, and all he could come up with is purity. Purity. And I said it is because it is. These people don't have, like, statistical arguments. There are arguments to be made involving statistics, like the sheer amount of guys right now who are lonely, the sheer amount of guys right now who aren't working or going to college, the sheer amount of guys who are falling into the alt-right pipeline, which does not bring them happiness either. I mean, when you go... Do you remember that app, that dating app was made? It was like the Christian app. And nobody showed up to it. It was all men. No women, like, at all showed up. And the few that did were called trolls because no guy could believe that they would do it. It's all self-destruction. They can't win. The right-wing lunatics, on whether it be Bolsonaro's guys storming into the fucking the Congress only to get themselves arrested, or Trump's guys getting shot, or UKIP getting Brexit. Congratulations! Look how much good that's done you. Like, the right keeps on losing, or dating. Because this all ties into it. It's all fucking connected.
Completely ignore my points the entire time.
No, maybe I missed your point. What was it?
20% of women are providing 80% of sex. Don't feed into this dynamic, because he didn't, for example, give that much in the way of statistics. When Jake asked where it was from, he didn't give a response back. And now they're already moved on. We probably never will hear it. 20% of dudes get 80%. Now, people are having less sex, but everyone is having less sex. Like, younger women are having less sex. And you know what else I find a bit weird? Younger kids are increasingly getting, like teenagers in early 20s. They're finding outright nudity to be distasteful. They're kind of turned off by it. The overt sexualization, the liberation of sex in a way, in the 80s and 70s, with the Barbarellas and the Paul Verhoeven just random tits on screen. Yeah, it was objectivization, but it was also just sex. It was just natural. It was normalizing it. And now it seems that while they fucking love their porn, they can't see it outside of porn at all. And that's kind of getting scary, because they're going to start feeling lonely. And they won't have history. That's another thing. A high body count means that they know how to fucking date. They know how to go through the motions. Oh god, this is actually a really good comparison. I started watching this person, Fox something or other, and they did a documentary on Chris Chan. Now I know it's been done to death, but it's fairly new. It's only like 2 weeks old, and I don't know, it was just something to have on the back row when I played The Sims. And Chris Chan says something in their autism tutorial video that they had made once, and it was like, I was very unfamiliar how to get a date. Like, sexual education teaches you how to get as far as date number 3 and beyond, but I don't even know how to do date number 1. Kinda true. You're never taught how to go up to somebody and read a room. There is a few fundamental basics to not be a creep on both sexes. The amount of gay guys that are harassed by horny girls who don't want to take no for an answer, and they honestly think that if they're being rejected by a gay guy, that this means they must be ugly in some way. I've had to experience that when out in gay bars. Where I was a wingman, as it turns out, for this girl, and she was just fucking harassing this clearly like thin, like, I don't want to use the term twink. I don't know his preferences, but he definitely did not want what she was offering, and she saw it as a personal affront. No, but he was right to reject you. You were a fucking mess. Like, guys reject women all the time for nothing. You think I'm hitting up every one of those fucking 40-something women? I've blocked some of them. And some of them just didn't like me after I opened my mouth. Preferences exist. The fact that a woman has preferences enough to fuck around with 100 so women, 100 and so men, or women for that matter, it just shows that they're comfortable. Maybe they're searching for something. Maybe there is an underlying thing. A lot of people do work through sex through a lot of their problems. I've dated women like that too. It will be 80 plus 20 is actually 98, because there's usually a 2% margin of error in most statistics. Yep. And that's the thing, you can't statistic humans like that. Not to that degree. There's always going to be preferences. A woman 1 year can feel slutty, and they might think about opening up an OnlyFans account. The next year, she'll fucking delete it, delete her social profile, and then start going to church. Because she's a person. The year after, she might relapse again. That says more about her mental state than anything. She's definitely looking for something. But you could say it with a dude. You're looking at a guy who's a former skinhead. Now look at me. I'm borderline ready to put on a balaclava and throw a petrol bomb at someone. Not really. I'm too lazy for that. But I might be from the sidelines going, yeah!
Okay. In the hookup culture, 80% of
Oh. Sarah wants to come in and ask him a question.
guys get ignored. 20% of guys
Okay,
get all
where
the
do you
attention.
get that figure? Just from your.
It's been bandied. Okay,
I'm
I'll
gonna
be
steel
fair
man
with
it.
the
I'm gonna let you
figure.
have it. You can have it if you want it. I don't know
It's been
why you
bandied
would
around-
sourcelessly
it's been
just say
bandied around
stuff.
by several sites. I don't
Okay.
know where they got it from.
80% of men.
But I just
so,
got it from them.
So I'm in the 20% of Chad alpha men that have never had a problem fucking me,
Yeah.
because I've never had a problem with it ever once in my life. Well, I've always been able to fuck people because people like me and I'm nice to them and I'm good at sex. I'm not really like bragging. It's just my experience. So
Right, that's the difference. You can literally, like, I always tell myself, oh, I'll get around to it when I get around to it. And that's it. When I get around to it, I get it. It's that simple. I found lady, didn't I? And that was long before that I was going out on dates. When I get off my ass and do it, I get it. Because it wants to be get in that case. Because it clearly wants this for whatever reason. It's okay. That's an okay thing to do. Just like it's okay to like, share, and subscribe, and hit the notification bell, and check out the links down below for Discord, and Twitter, and Twitch, and the wish list. And don't forget that we have a stream goal. It's the last week. I'm off to Dublin for the flight, and on Sunday, this time next week, I'll be in New York. So anything given, greatly appreciated. Not required. Streamlabs link down below, though, should you wish to be so nice. And don't forget, this Wednesday, we're doing a brainstorm on that very topic with Missy Ann, Magicus, Raisin, who's in the chat, the Two Guns, John Morgan, maybe Mickey Richards. Still haven't heard back from him yet. And who knows who else might show up. And we're going to brainstorm about stuff to do when we're in New York and Philly, respectively. And if you're anyone watching right now who wants to be a part of that, I will be in New York from the 16th to the 20th. With 18th, my birthday, I'll be 35 in Philadelphia. So there you go.
why am I in that 20%?
What do you take?
What do I take? What do you mean what do I take?
Would you date a single mom?
I have dated a single mom. We were together.
Would you date a mom of two?
I dated a mom of 3.
Would you date a woman?
Beep, boop, boop, boop. Single moms tend to like me. They often want to, especially in the States, they want to hook up with me. Like, actually become partners. And I used to be on board with it. Now I'm thinking, like, just the distance-wise be a bit tricky. But if I really fall for her, then fuck yeah. I don't know how good I would be as a parental figure, but only want to find out, right?
Woman that you know has, let's say,
Yes.
been around the bases.
Yes. Would I date a woman that's had sex before? Is that what you
Okay.
said? What's been around the bases?
You're getting up. You're basically you're fine dating the leftovers.
The leftovers?
Yeah.
Wait, who do you think is the best? Who's the most ideal individual to fuck in your head? Like a child that hasn't had sex yet? Or only only what? 19?
A 19, 22 year somewhere between.
Yikes-a-rito! Just because it's legal doesn't mean that it's morally good. Some of those girls that I blocked were a tad too young, and I have a rule every year when I'm dating. I increase the year by 1 for the people I cut off. There's still 20-year-olds who I talk to. It's just none of them are None of them are like that young. Now, Lady was different age-wise to me, but she was far more comfortable around like socializing than I was. So that kind of was almost like if I was the inexperienced one. Which, again, that didn't make me feel self-conscious. Why the fuck would it? I was grateful for her. She was going to open many doors.
You hang out with a lot of 19-year-olds, Dave?
Farm girl from Kansas.
You hang out with a lot of 19-year-old farm girls, do you? A lot of 19-year-old farm girls really interested in Dave of Patriarchy.
This is Vaughan Helton and his fucking child bride, you know? Clearly, this is JF Garipi and fucking Mama JF, you know? There's clearly beep boop beep boop beep boop. The only women who want that are women who are a little bit on the old, not very smart. Whoa, Dave, they have to be a virgin, do they? They have to be a virgin and they have to be incredibly younger than him. Like, this is Lucas Werner shit. This is fucking Lucas Werner shit that he's on about. What the hell?
And if I did,
it
wouldn't matter.
If you did,
it's legal.
What do you mean if it's legal? Okay. So your ideal mate is a 19-year-old fresh out of high school that hasn't had sex. Why?
The easiest way to turn yourself off from the concept of jailbait is to have a conversation with a fucking teenager. Go on, just have one. Then ask yourself, do I want to fuck this? Are you fucking crazy? Have you listened to what teenagers fucking talk about, think about? You don't remember it. You do. By the time you're in your mid-20s, you put it out of your mind. The most vapid, incoherent shit. Even in their 20s, the early 20s, it's like world apart. Now, you could argue, oh, well, some people like older partners. I know one or two people who like older partners. Sure, but it has to be returned, right? I've had teenagers hit on me, and I'm like, no. Thank you, that's very sweet. They're not even physically developed. And they're definitely not mentally developed. I like women with fucking curves, for starters. Second of all, I like women, not girls who now pass the political, not the political, the legal requirement. Hell, a 19-year-old, I were to go out on a date with them in America, I couldn't even take her to a fucking bar. And if I did, I know exactly what would happen. She'd down like 5 fruity drinks in quick succession, then throw up everywhere. After trying to do a coyote ugly on the fucking beer on the table. Those fucking kids on New Year's Eve who couldn't fucking handle their drink ended up having a fist fight with each other. Like older partners. Older partners are so fucking easier. I mean easier to get into bed, but it's easier to talk to. Like, obviously there's outliers. Again, lady was brilliant. But she wasn't a teenager.
I don't know if she'd be my...
And every girl before her was older. In some cases, wildly older. And I was okay with that. In fact, I found it so much easier. We could just be like, whatever. Just chill and vibe. Talk. Fuck. Someone in their 20s, especially if they're like young and active, I'm basically cradle robbing. Someone once said that to me, and to me about them dating me. They felt like they were cradle robbing, and I was like, I don't mind, but if you think that way, that's fair enough. But to me, yeah, I definitely wouldn't. No. Obviously, if you're talking about a quick hookup, but Dave intentionally, as long as they're legal, there's nothing technically wrong with it. But I mean, there is nothing wrong with it legally. There kind of is on a moral ground. And just preferences so unappealing to me. Jesus fucking Christ. You stay away from my nana. Hey, your nana's been fucking sending me texts. I had to block her. And she set up alt accounts. Paddy Lover 69XXX.
Ideal, but
You're
yeah,
40,
somebody
bro.
who-
You're 40. 19-year-old. Go
but
ahead.
yeah, like 22 would be
Why is that?
ideal.
Why?
Doesn't have a high body count
Okay.
and doesn't have any.
19-year-olds can have very high body counts, the same as anyone else. I mean, they have to work harder for it, or there's a very tragic story. In fact, there usually is a very tragic story. But they could just be vibing.
Issues.
Doesn't have issues.
19-year-olds
Also-
don't have
and
issues.
Also,
Wait,
I thought.
How do you know
well,
that a
what we just
22-year-old
talked-
doesn't have a high body count?
Also, I thought.
No
I
life
thought,
experience? Pretty easy
well,
to manipulate?
You know,
You always feel like the smartest guy in the room?
I love this. I love this. What if I was a 40-year-old woman and
What if you were a
wanted to date
40-year-old woman that,
22-year-old guys?
that wanted to fuck 19-year-olds specifically? You'd be a creep. Yeah.
Yeah, and they're out there. I know, because I was hit on them. I was hit by them. And I was on board with it until years later, and now I do think, there was probably a power dynamic there. But not them wanting to fucking date me, it was just sex. But even still, like, now, no. If a teenager hits on me, I'm... Alright. We'll be live streaming in a bar in New York. Missy, or if it's Philly, it'll be Magicus, or maybe someone else will be there. If it's in New York, we'll be watching. We'll be looking at the chat. We'll be doing drinks. Barmaid is, I don't know, fucking 19, and she's clearly into me. First of all, wow, okay. Second of all, you remind me of this, not as some sort of like focus away from the siren, low energy, but sort of like, hey, low energy, remember what you said about the whole thing about differences of age? And I'll be like, oh, I know. And you'll see I'll be polite and friendly, but I ain't gonna be flirty. You know, I'd rather be flirty with fucking Missy, because at least she's a grown-ass woman. Like, the last thing I want to do is have a fucking teenage stalker hand me around. I've already had to deal with that on this fucking channel. That was a fucking dude. It doesn't change the dynamic. It was still wrong. We got rid of Cardi because she was fucking 14 years old. We don't want kids around here. I definitely don't want kids in a sexual way. Oh, yeah, that's true. You guys wouldn't even do that, would you? They'd have to at least be in their 20s. Yeah. Over here, we hire them before they can drink. They can't pour pints, but they can do extra things like clean up the tables and shit like that. It's a good way of getting work experience, and also to acclimatize them to more strenuous jobs. Eventually, when they're a little bit older, when they're 18, they can... 16 is when they can do that. And around about 18, they can start pulling pints. That's actually how I met my first girlfriend. She was working in my local pub.
Not in your eyes.
I literally said it right now out loud. Yes, 40-year-old women who prey on teenagers are creeps. Yeah, that's definitely true.
Not if
Oh God, I need to tell the story from Cleveland. Okay, I was in Cleveland. I was downstairs at a bar. Now I've told this story in this bar of the child soldier from Africa who offered me a job and was hitting on me a little bit. The woman who thought that she was a Time Lord who worked at the pizza place. But I don't think I ever told you about this tiny black woman. She was like maybe this big, and she looked very similar to how the way Claire dresses. My friend Claire. And she was in maybe her late 60s. She wanted the college she wanted that college D. That's what she was there for. She was going to hook up with some young, as she called them, young bucks. She didn't like the look of me because she said I cramped her style. And I was looking at her like, okay, I guess I'll get out of your way. Good luck. No one even talked to her. And when they did, they didn't want anything to do with her. It was so fucking wild. And she was creepy. She was preying on these guys. Now, here's the thing. She was physically unappealing, but you know what they say. Like, you get drunk enough, you'll fuck anyone. I guess she has gotten lucky in the past with them. I actually did ask, like, have you gotten lucky in the past with them? And she's like, yeah, hell yeah. Like, she's out there preying on young bucks, as she called them. And I guess it's all nice and legal, but there is a sort of creep factor to it. The same rule applies. No, she was way older than that. A lot of states will hire 18-year-olds to tend. Yeah, that's the thing. So if it's the middle of the day and we're doing shots on a pub crawl around New York, well, a bar crawl around New York, you guys see that, like, this clearly not a adult woman is like really not just being friendly, but like clearly hitting on me. Point it out, because I'll show you how you respond to it. Polite and completely uninterested. Most of the sports bars have young ass bartenders here. Yeah, it's, you know, you could say it's work experience and it's a bit of money, and I'm sure they can do pretty well in tips, especially around about Christmas and shit like that. Oh, Raisin, if we can go to a sports bar that has those massive fucking TVs everywhere that have all the different games on it, that's where maybe we can go and grab our Philly cheesesteak and have a few get like a fucking pitcher of beer. We can obviously I'll get a pitcher for myself, because what sort of bizarro world where you share a pitcher of beer? Which is like, what, a pitcher is like a 2.5 pints? Maybe? Like, why do I even need a glass? Just give me a silly straw, and I'll just be like, oh yeah. They do great in tips. Oh, absolutely, same in here, especially around about Christmas. I know girls who, I'm not even gonna say that like they're ugly. They're like, I don't use the term mid. They're normal looking girls. The outfits aren't really all that flattering. They're like black polos, and I suppose they are tight leggings or like tight work pants. But other than that, it's like, they're not skimpy out. It's not Hooters or whatever. And around about Christmas, they'll walk out of there with maybe 600, 700, 800 quid in tips in their pocket. Not just in the pool for everyone, but in their pocket specifically. Like, they say that's how they pay for their Christmas gifts for their family. And that's in a tiny little bar out in Carrick. It's mental.
Not if they're adults, but...
Yes, if they're adults. Yes, I do.
You can wear as glasses. Oh, hell yeah. Yeah, get it fucking wild that I'll be out of breath before the liquid hits, you know? Like... Just get me one of those flutes. The fucking beer bong things. Or do what Barney did in The Simpsons. Just hook it to my veins.
I don't think that fucking 19-year-old...
I'll be like, I know the perfect thing. Hang on. What? Skaven Globe Deer. This, but full of beer. And a Morton Joe mask. And just these 2 fucking tanks of just, like, pure booze that will just float around. And I'll just be walking down the street, you know? It's not in an exposed container, so it doesn't count. Oh, my little ratty boys. This is the year I'm going to get Total Warhammer 3. But it'll be a long while before I get a rig that I can also stream it on. because it's going to be a very hefty boy. But when I get to Warhammer 3, oh, you won't see me for a while. Ratty rats. Love my little ratty rats. Ratty rats. That'd be so heavy. It'd be a whole less heavy after I'm done with it. And talk about great exercise. Just walking down the street. I'll sound like Bane. After a while, I'll be like, I'll be like one of the Peanuts adults, but hitting on people.
is like an ethical thing. I don't consider them very adult. They can't even drink beer adult. They can't.
Yeah.
What? You can't even. You would go to jail if you bought them liquor.
Yes.
And
Yeah. And I think that's ridiculous.
Well, at least we have something.
We have to pick it. Look.
Oh, that person in his chat said good. I'm literally 35 and I would never date anyone younger than 25. That's my thing now. Obviously, lady was a bit of an exception, but even then, she was like 34, I think. So, and hell, that was last year. So,
discussion
of
we have to make an age
of consent is what you want to go to, Dave.
Second one for all the pee. Yeah, and if I piss anyone off, you know they're gonna switch the tubes in the back when I'm not looking. On the plus side, when the pee's ready to be emptied, I'll just go down to the East River and just tip it over on the side. Let it return to nature to become bagel water one day. It'll be like the salmon going upstream. You'll hear like this really soft acoustic guitar playing as all the pee goes in. Then there's this random guy at a hot dog stand is just sucking it up to fill into the water. Like, one with nature. Then I'm walking by afterwards going, oh man, I could go for a hot dog right now.
Okay.
But no, if according to the law, if she's 18,
okay, when's the last
legal.
time? Yeah, tell me this. When's the last time you had a positive interaction in a romantic or sexual way with someone that age? Yeah, I know, right? So, what are you talking about?
Take it wilder. When was the last time you had a positive reaction with someone that age, period? Now, if you have kids about that age, there's a good chance you'll be able to say that. But other than maybe the girl up at the petrol station who, like, swipes my card when I buy my shopping, or like up in Tesco's, I don't really talk to people that much like that age. Nor do I want to. I've got nothing in common with them. That douchebag at the bus stop was like 22-ish, I think. And he might as well have been speaking a different language. He told me about how TikTok shit. I asked him about bussing and a glizzy. And what was up with that fucking hairstyle? The one that they show in Avatar 2.
That we're a bunch of fours walking around like, oh yeah, fucking I'm waiting for my 10 out of 10 22-year-old Kansas farm girl, pure as the driven snow. Like, what?
Yeah, like, why if these women are 10 out of 10s, why would they hit on you? If by your own logic it makes no sense. These women could do better. They do better, apparently by thousands. Oh wait, no, that would lower their numbers. And what percentage? Like, if it's 4 is the limit, does that make a woman automatically a 6? And then it goes down by 1 and 1 by 1 and everyone starts off as 10? What if she's 19 but morbidly obese? Or anorexic? Or has no arms? Or is epileptic? Or votes a different way than you do? Or is blind? Or is black? You know he'd have some opinion on the race. Or anything. Like, Dave's logic is so warped and skewered. It's fundamentally flawed. It's the time cube of dating. This incel shit is the time cube of dating. if you don't know what the time cube is, go up and look at. I'm tangenting enough. But it's not just that it's flawed. It's like 1 + 1 = 2. Well, what if, and from there all mathematics begins. What about like 1 + 1 = the letter F? And then all mathematics start off from there. Wait, let's go back to that F thing before we talk about quantum physics. The second one for all that P. Someone could be a king to some people. Yep. Yeah, you can roleplay. Oh, 100% you can roleplay kings. I've roleplayed kings, and I'll roleplay kings again. They're fun. Highly recommend you try a roleplay. On and offline. So long as you can keep a straight face. And if you can't keep a straight face, that's okay. And here's the thing. If you're two adults and you roleplay something in bed, okay, some of those topics might be a little bit... might make some people think about it afterwards. A little bit like, But they still are consensual adults. You know? That's the whole thing with the whole, like, NTR and shit like that. Okay, that's a little bit problematic. You might want to think about why that particular thing makes you finds it attractive, but you're not hurting anyone. It's a bit weird. A bit weird. That's what furries are. To me, furries are a bit weird. Like dressing up as a furry. Yeah. Yeah.
What is this? Like,
What?
What's the complex you have in your head that makes you so unable
Are you
to
talking
have...
about 19 or 22?
What is the problem with dating an adult woman?
19 is an adult woman.
What's the problem with dating a 40-year-old woman, one that is your age?
Because again, she probably has kids.
She
and
has
baggage.
kids. Okay, what if she doesn't have kids? What baggage? Do you not have baggage?
No.
You don't have...
He's cried on screen numerous times. Hold on. Lord of Patriarchy. The guy from my fucking thumbnail does not have baggage. Lord of Patriarchy. Get rid of... For some reason, his Twitter comes up in the auto image. This dude does not have baggage. Look at that face and tell me he does not have opinions on things that would be problematic, that there are things that he can't agree, that he can't really comprehend has happened to him. And he's seen shit, man. He's lived. You can say that about him. He's lived a fucking life. At 40, he's lived a life. He is so sad of a human being. And it shows on his face. He's miserable. He's just miserable. That's like saying Cobes doesn't have baggage. He looks like a crying dwarf. Make his nose just a little more fatter, and he looks like a crying dwarf. Hi, Vorn. Yeah, Vorn doesn't have any baggage either. He got rid of it with magic. Unfortunately, though, that also meant that his kids went as well. But now he has no baggage at all. All farmers' daughters should be lining up. Oh, dude. There's just like outside of Dave's house is just this row of tractors, you know.
Any baggage, Dave? It's pretty obvious you could use some therapy. Do you not think you have any baggage?
Based on what? Based on
your attitude towards everything. What do you mean? You're deeply insecure about this.
Really?
Yes.
Really? Make your case.
Make a case. If someone fucks 4 people, you're suddenly like, ew, can't do that. It's like fucking weird stuff. It's genuinely concerning, like fucking involuntary celibate talking point shit. Why would you be on that bullshit if you weren't one? Hello?
You don't think
If you
that
had
a
healthy
woman's
adult
body count
relationships,
matters?
no one's body count matters.
Well, then you're a fucking idiot.
What?
Prove it!
Hey, what the fuck?
Because eventually,
I can't
you're gonna
imagine being
wipe up
such a
some
beta.
dumb bitch.
I can't imagine being such a beta that if another dude fucked her
You're
before
gonna-
me, that it
eventually
would
gonna
affect
fucking
my
wipe up
confidence.
some dumb bitch, and you're
It's
gonna
crazy.
find out after 20 years that kid isn't fucking yours.
If the child's 20 and I raised them, it's mine. The problem is with the mother. Second of all, did that happen to you? But that is so an oddly specific. Is he so terrified of being cuckolded? Oh, he watches BBC cook. He watches interracial cook porn. I'm calling it now. He's one of those motherfuckers who watches like it is the hypno stuff. It is your job to submit to black cock, and he's like, yeah. That shit's fucked up. I'm not a big fan. Now this is where I will draw some lines. Cuckoldry and race play. Fuck with that shit. Out now. It's on par with fucking knives with me, or like shit. There's like a line. But like, it's so, because it's so like, I don't worry about the body count, but if there's still an emotional attachment to the previous person, yeah, obviously. But that doesn't matter where it's 1 or 1,000. Bill, you're letting us down. Letting us down being our greeter.
Why? What? What kid? Why are you worried about paternity so much? Why do you keep bringing up paternity? What We're not talking about having kids or a family. We're just talking about two people interacting in a consensual relationship. You are adding so much weird shit to it.
Okay, fine. I'll break it down.
I'm the only one of us who's been in adult relationships in the last decade. Let's be real, right? Do you want advice from me?
It's meaningless sex. Fine. There's STDs. There's a whole bunch.
There, at least now he's talking about real things. Yeah. Sometimes if you feel the need, and there's nothing weird about it, so long as you're being honest, you could just say, like, I had a bad experience once, I'm okay, I can get some medical stuff too, but before we go any further with this, before we go unprotected sex, before we hook up, whatever, I kind of need some like medical stuff. Clean bill of health, that sort of thing. Which, it's never happened to me before. But I wouldn't be freaked out about it. I'd be a little bit annoyed because I almost certainly wouldn't have it on me. But I'd be like, well, you know, if we're still talking in a week or two, yeah, maybe I can help out. I mean, the dude has the right to be as selective as he likes, but he shouldn't complain the lack of options he is. Or the fact that if the women are being as selective as they want, he doesn't fall within that bracket. Don't mind being cooked as long as the handsome black guy gives me a head while he's raising. That's not cuckoldry though. That's just a fucking three-way. What you described there. Like, cuckoldry would be having you standing underneath the guy as he came inside them, or like you are in the cook tent, or you're holding her hand. It's so fucking sad. Oh, I hate cuckolds. They're so mean. It's such a mean fetish. Why are they mean? It's why I don't watch that hardcore of S&M. Because I want to hurt women. I'll spank. A little bit of name calling. Sure, I don't fucking want to harm them. I mean, to be honest, I don't like high body counts in a particular partner. It's because I think they're gross. That would just be likely. or likely not aligned anyway. That makes sense. Yeah, if you're not up for it for different reasons, fire. And everyone is entitled to their own preferences. But Dave is just this sort of blanket ew thing. And then he's sad because of that ew, no one wants to be around him. Actually, they probably don't want to be around him for his politics and probably his personal hygiene. The same with Cobes, you know? Personal hygiene is a very... Credit where it's due. Jordan Peterson. He did say it right. Like, go and shower. If you can fucking shower, that's a plus. Although I have told the story of the girl afterwards, after we had sex, she was laying on top of me and took a big whiff of my chest and said, "You smell great." I'm like, are you kidding me? Okay, at least one of us fucking thinks that. I need to get into the fucking tub.
There's STDs. What have you ever had an STD, Dave?
No, because I've been smart.
What if? Okay, all right, cool. So you've never had an STD? Me either. Did you know that STDs and STIs are curable? Almost all of them, except for like fucking AIDS.
Actually,
and that's like
most
livable.
of them are not.
Most of them are. Most of them are.
Really? We have the cure for herpes?
That's a viral infection, but yeah.
Really, we got that.
You can get herpes. A cold sore is herpes. I've gotten more cold sores drinking out of pint glasses than I've ever gotten from another person. Switch is going to get gross after. Trust me, it tastes pretty gross. Older women because they already know what they want and could potentially learn something new for a future girlfriend. That's a cool way of looking at it. But again, though, like if you were 18 and she was like 50, but you still found her attractive, I mean, most guys probably would say yeah at the time, but in hindsight, probably wouldn't be the best power dynamic in a relationship.
We got that shit.
So herpes does exist. It is not curable. It is not, in fact, most STIs. It is one of them. But most are curable, totally normal things that you can exist with. And yes, people with herpes do have normal lives. They're not just fucking covered in herpes all day. Like, I tell you. But beyond that, so if you're worried about STIs, that's totally valid. You can have safe sex.
Yes.
You can also just make sure that you're clean and have a proper health panel. I'm totally for this. I'm an advocate for safe and healthy sex.
There's no way for a woman to allow 40 guys to run a train on her and be...
Talk to the porn industry. They tend to come out... They are obsessed with being clean. So, yeah.
Why is it her getting a train run on her? Why is it her?
Chicken pox is too, yep. I've actually heard it from a lot of girls too. Going that way tends to be frowned upon, yep.
Men control sex, men control relationships.
Men don't control relationships. You can
Yes,
tell.
we do.
You can tell because you're all lonely and not in them, Dave. You're
men
not in a
fucking
relationship.
control-
You can't
men
control
control
something.
marriage.
You can't control something that no one will do with you, Dave. You're not in control of relationships. None of you are. All of you are lost little boys, incapable of making women climax, that are worried that other men will do it better than you. And here's the truth, Dave. They are doing it better than you. That's the fucking scary truth. You're all alone because of your own bullshit, not women. It's not women's fault that you're not attractive or desirable to be safe and lonely with. Like, no one will be alone with you and vulnerable with you, not because they're fucking worn out and their pussies are blown out. It's because all of you are fucking gross. That's it. You're bored.
What can I say? It's true. It's 100% true. This, however, this could be flung into a black pill scenario where the next thing they need to think about kissing is a gun in their mouth. So you don't want to go down that path. Like some people who think, well, I've turned down women who've had HIV because I'm scared of it. But again, you're like, it's not the same thing of what you're what he's describing. But the thing I want to bring out is just that Dave is self-destructive. Cobes is self-destructive. Jared didn't even try, so he's 100% self-destructive. Howard Clark III is self-destructive, even though he's probably mentally unwell. Although I think he might be in a relationship now, so... Lucas is incredibly self-destructive. All these motherfuckers are self-destructive because they don't understand that they're the problem. However, what I want to focus on is not so much that. They're kind of lost now. They can come out of the pipeline. And when they do, incels kick them to the curb. If they get laid, incels just fucking drop them. Like fucking hot rocks. But they tend to be like, oh my god, things aren't so bad, guys. And they kick them to the curb. But here's the thing, like, how did it get like that in the first place? Well, everyone feels a bit lost. Everyone feels a bit lost and a bit like lonely. And that just increases. And you can say, why? How can we help? And that's what we should be doing. But Dave is a lost cause. He's a lost cause. There's no way of getting him out. He wants to be miserable because he doesn't know how to do anything else. But he's also sad that he's miserable because by very definition, miserable is not nice. That's why this year I'm breaking out of my fucking... That's why I stopped being sad when I was in I stopped being sad when I was in I just realised I might be a bit loud. Metal Monkey might be sleeping. Like when I was depressed after America, I was like just really sad and just morbid and fat and lonely. You guys probably saw it. Then boom, I was like, no, I don't want to be like this anymore. And I said when Magicus was on that one time, that got him almost pissing out laughing. Like, I lived like Cobes for a week. Just shoving anything I can in my mouth and then washing it down with the cheapest fucking drink every fucking day. With no joy or happiness in my life. Why? Get out of that fucking rut. You can do that. How can you do that? That's a different conversation. One that I think I'm going to have to do some real hard thinking and maybe even have someone else in to talk about as well. To really like... There's a... like... Alright. I'm going to actually show you what kind of spurred me to really think about this. And it was, again, on Jake's channel. Let me go and find... Where is he? I'm a busy boy on here. This is what I want to address. This is what I want to address. I said, talk to women for the same way you think about men, to enjoy their company and hear their take on stuff. Go sexual, great. If not, maybe find yourself a new friend. Many incel guys have zero friends, which is the foundation of so many things to bring joy. I would have said more, but the word limit. And this is the response. Bro, I don't need more friends. I just want a girl to love me. But I want to address that. I don't know what else to say except that when I get back from America, I'm going to address it. Like... We're almost done. I'm actually kind of exhausted out of this. If you've been enjoying it so far, No, wait, I'll do it on the hour. I'll shit on the hour.
You don't know how to be men. It's crazy that you pretend to. You think snipping a cigar and smoking it while it's lit on fire is like man stuff. How about, I don't know, providing a fucking safe environment for a woman to be in where she's comfortable? That sounds like man shit to me. That sounds like something I might do.
It's cold.
Like, you stake so much of your masculinity on things that don't matter, but when it comes to something that actually takes any effort whatsoever, instead of just buckling down and doing something that's actually hard, like dealing with your own bullshit, you stuff it down and just go, nah, fuck that bitch.
Who was that dude from a few years ago? He would, like, smoke a cigar and swing, like, a glass of whiskey, but he was, like, 19 or 20. He was the scrawniest motherfucker. And he'd kind of be like, men today have lost their way and all that shit. Like, he was so... It was so projection. It was so sad. Or that dude, the cowboy, the black and white cowboy right-winger. Right-wing, black and white cowboy... Cowboy progressive. That's not what I was going for, but... Like, they want the aesthetic without the work, but they don't even do the aesthetic well, you know? I mean, Ben Shapiro never worked a day in his life. He got a fucking... immediate job in, but that's okay because work shouldn't define you as a man. It's like bearing children shouldn't define you as a woman. A man and a woman shouldn't be defined. You should be defined as what you want to be seen as, what you feel yourself as. That's it. We're not on display for anyone else in a way that matters. You want to grab their... You want to be sexually attractive to someone? Be interesting. To me, anyway. Do you want to grab my attention sexually? Fucking wear a mini skirt. That's it. If you got the legs. If you got boobs, like big boobs, fucking low-cut shirt. Guys? I don't know. I don't like guys, but I'm imagining suits and like fucking open shirts. If you've got a little bit of the old chest hair going on. Like, whatever. It's not that complicated. Listen to them. Be funny. Be a good cook. Be a passable cook. Like, have something of interest that you can talk about. Like, have memories together. Or, be honest, hook up, fuck each other's brains out, and then leave. That's okay too.
She's just a whore. I didn't want to have sex anyway. I don't want any companionship. Bro, it's cap. It's all been cap. It's always been cap. What's with the fucking facade? If a woman
wants me to provide a fucking safe environment for this bitch, I'm ignoring Jake at the moment.
This bitch?
If a woman wants me to provide a safe fucking environment for her, yeah, you better be goddamn pure to me or fuck that.
Or you'll do what, Dave?
Pure to you? Pure to you? Have you been pure to her, Dave? Why don't you?
Doesn't matter.
Why doesn't it matter? Why? Why are you the only one devoid of any sort of culpability? I thought you were the fucking guys with personal responsibility. And instead, it's just a bunch of beta bitches like you, Dave, going, no, actually, it's the women's job to regulate my emotions, to make sure I have...
This is why a lot of women spot these motherfuckers from a mile away. They want mommies. They just want their mothers again. They just want to be taken care of. They want to sit on a chair and be covered in flies while mommy is giving them head. When they had a bad day, they can hide in between her boobs. A lot of hentai is becoming like that, and I don't like it. Especially because the animation is really good, meaning there's a lot of money behind it. Like, it's fucking weird. Like, it's one thing that like you can hide, you can like you can take away all the pain. I'll take away all the pain with you. Okay, a giver or a receiver. That's fantastic. But other than maybe in the bedroom? Actually, no, in the bedroom is fine, but outside of it, like, I don't want to just be. Some of these motherfuckers probably don't even want to breathe. They just want to be like, and just have them be lifted up and dragged from place to place. That way, they don't have to do anything. They can just sit there. They can be smug about it. They'll be like, look at all these women I have. It's so sad. Because A, it'll never happen. And B, they know it'll never happen. So they just get more and more depressed. I started my adult dating experience losing a kid, with losing a kid and being cheated on. 27, I'm okay with just being a rebound guy. It's found me. It's all good, man. You're talking about something that you have agency in. Dave would not want her to have agency. He probably wants an arranged fucking marriage.
Sex and to make sure I'm not lonely, but actually get.
Why would a father ever give a daughter to Dave? What does he bring to the table? He doesn't even have a collection of clocks anymore.
Guess what? Here you are in your fucking PJs climbing Coors Mountain again. Stream number 2 for the day. Lonely as fuck. And I'm the only one here in this room on your chat or here that's ever fucked. That's ever had a healthy relationship. Are you fucking kidding me? How can you guys profess to tell other people
how many
what
men
to
in the
do?
chat right now are married? Just not for nothing.
How many men in the chat have fucked in the last month? How many men in chat are happily married? How many men in chat have wives that like being around them? How many men in chat don't feel relief when their partner isn't around? How many men in chat?
That's such a tell. You know? The guy takes longer and longer to come home from work. He's not having an affair. He's sitting out by the beach, wondering where his life went wrong.
Haven't almost gotten divorced. How many men in chat are divorced? Jeez, bro. What are you laughing about, dude? What's funny?
God. I thought this would be a slog 30 minutes of just bullshit. And my God. The fact that I got to
Hey, there's Anna. Anna wants to talk to Is that Jake? Yeah, that's Jake. Oh! God, it's a small world. Jake, get on my Discord. There's Opium. Did they block Hope? Did they block Hope? There's Dragnut. Holy fuck, this is fucking weird. I was not expecting this. Mouthy Infidel. Holy fuck, I know all these people. What the hell? He's not on that many Discords. Holy fuck.
fucking break you.
What's broken about me? Show me on here. Do you want? Wait.
You're the one that had the meltdown.
What's the meltdown, Dave? What's the meltdown part?
Oh my god, he thinks showing passion is a meltdown.
Wait, what part's the meltdown for you? Wait.
No, that's the Lord of Patriarchy. Is that? It is. Oh, for some reason I thought that was So, wait, Lord of Patriarchy's on Underhaven? Not Underhaven, Opium's. Lord. What? Okay. You're in the Crimson server? The internet is such a small place when you want it to be. Fucking hell. That's weird. Yeah, War Corpse, yeah. Yeah, fuck. So he blocked Hope? Cobblers in chat. He still goes by War Corpse, does he? Am I on his Discord? Not Patriarchy's Discord, Jake's. Does Jake actually have a Discord? I still think that's fucking hilarious. Like, the only person I don't know is Crimson. And you apparently know Crimson if that's the same Crimson.
Show me on screen. Come on.
You know what, Jay?
Show me on screen.
Before you,
What's the breakdown aspect? What part did I break down at? Because really what it is, it sounds like I cut a little deep and you're running, bitch. You gonna run?
No,
You worried?
I'm not running.
No, you don't sound like you run very much, do you?
I was just letting you leave with
Ah,
some semblance of dignity.
Where's my dignity lost? In that I'm secure? What dignity did I lose, Dave?
They don't, yeah, that's one thing. MGTOWs, incels, a lot of these guys, they don't understand that there are men out there with dignity that don't fulfill the roles that they accept in dignity. I actually had a conversation with a guy a few weeks ago who was a big Andrew Tate fan. He was in a bad place. He wasn't a bad person, but he ended up having a he honestly thought that like a little bit of self-deprecating humor meant that I was sad, or that when I say something small, like the channel, for example, I said my YouTube channel is small, which it is. It's only a few hundred, but it's mine. I'm not setting it up to be beaten up. I'm just not going to lie about it. It's a small channel, but it's mine. I make a little bit money, but I make some money. I meet cool people who are way bigger than me, but they're not like the biggest YouTubers around. That's okay. I'm doing better than a lot of other people on this front. I know who I am. It's grand. You're fine. Like, I'm happy with who I am. And Jordan Peterson, hard people to look up to. This guy had a steady job, wife, kids. He wanted to direct plays, but he never thought to get off his ass and actually start sitting down and writing, because a part of him thought it wasn't a manly thing to do. He said he'd subscribe to the channel. If you're watching this, you know who the fuck you are. He taught me how to play pool, and I was shite at it. Or snooker. You're better than Dave down there. Much better. But you think a lot like him. Be a better person.
The fact that fuck her, the fact that you'll.
Why are you pretending that you have options to fuck people who's had sex before you? Why are you pretending that you have the ability to have sex with women out there? What is this
He's crying.
made up fucking lady that's just you would fuck them, but she's just been run through too much? Who's fucking offering this to you? Who is?
You know what, Jay? Do you want to talk about cooking?
Yeah.
Because
if you
you're
don't,
literally losing your shit.
I guess.
Do you just want to talk about cooking, jackass?
Do you want me to talk about cooking, Dave?
I mean, because feminism has infected your fucking brain to the point where
wait, feminism? Who brought up feminism?
You can't fucking talk about normal relationships.
When was your last normal relationship, Dave? Let's talk about it.
I'm in one.
Who are you in it with? What's her name? What's going on? Let's
I'm
talk
not
about it.
ta- I,
Why
I'm
not?
gonna
I'll talk
say
about
that.
Sarah with you. Let's go.
Well, she's on YouTube. This person isn't.
Okay. Do you want to talk in broad terms?
We can talk in broad terms if you like.
Sure. Okay. So what's your favorite part about having a partner right now?
The fact that, again, the purity part.
The purity part. So she hasn't fucked anybody until right now, until you?
Not anyone after me.
What's her body count?
1.
One. Damn, dude, that's pretty pure stuff. Very happy for you. What kind of relationship is that? You guys live together, or are you guys not too serious yet?
Wouldn't matter if we live together or not.
No, I'm just asking.
Because the
Weird defensive angle there.
second she goes to the second she goes to the club and I'm not there, she's gone.
The club?
Wait. Okay, this is insecurity, Dave. Why can't she go do stuff without you? What if
Oh, this is quartering going for a pizza. Oh.
What if she just goes and okay, so
but as a consequence,
as a consequence, I'm
we're
sure she's
done.
really worried about it. Okay, so if if you're in a relationship and she goes to the club with her friends without you and comes back later, you're just gonna break up with her? Why?
Yeah.
Why?
like it or not, that's cheating.
Wait, what's cheating? Going to the club without you?
Yes.
What's cheating about that? What the fuck? That is so insecurity. How can you say this isn't insecurity? She can't go do stuff without you? That's fucking horrifying, Dave. No, she can, but then you're gonna
deal breaker.
But then you're gonna cry and shit and break up with your partner?
Oh, by the way,
Christ.
she's
this is more embarrassing than I thought it would be. God damn. Okay, go ahead, say your thing.
She is full within her rights if I leave and do what I need to do to
do what you need
break
to
up
do
with me.
What do you need to do, Dave?
If I fly across the country and do what I need to do, she's fine to break up with me.
Do what you need to do. What does do what you need to do mean?
Usually work. Doesn't have to be, but
wait,
yeah.
What? She can break up with you for leaving the
there
town?
Are rules for a relationship.
Yeah.
You're literally
real rules, not this bullshit double standard. All I want is honesty and for her to spend time with me. Not all the time. Frankly, I don't know if I'm these days able to handle living with somebody. Maybe I'd ease into it. But I've been alone for a while now. But I do still want people to show up and hang with me. But then at a certain point, I'd want them to go off and do their thing and me go off to do mine. It's not complicated. And Bill, you should totally get cookies. You get a nice spread of them of all different types. But like I'm hearing him. He's so terrified that if she this is burqa level. This is Islamic State level. If a woman looks the other way, now if a guy looks the other way for a second, turns back, the woman will be gone. Why would she want to leave you in the first place? Aren't you great? Are women inherently promiscuous? The answer is yes, because men are, because we're humans. But most people don't do that. And I don't know why you'd be so scared of that happening. It's so sad. I feel bad for him in a way. But he doesn't deserve to live a life that brings him joy until he realizes that other people are able to have that joy too in a different way. And that's also valid. Of all the things I'm going to quote now, it's going to be the Lego movie. You want to do things your way, that's okay. That's great. But other people want to do things their way, and that's okay too. I could not. I would get a domestic abuse. I would be Shani for Christ to this motherfucker if I was a woman in a relationship with him. I would just beat the living shit out of him and go to jail over it. Because I wouldn't. Especially because, obviously, actually, no, it would never get that far. It would never get that far. I just wouldn't get into a relationship with him. He'd lay down these ground rules, be like, what the fuck is this, the 1920s? No, piss off. I thought you were different. I guess I thought you were different. Or at least not like this. What's your problem? She wants to go out. She better have the money. She can tell me that she's heading out for the night. I'll be like, okay, cool. Just don't try not to get too shit-faced because we got that thing at 9 tomorrow. And she'll be like, yeah, okay. And then she comes back like, blah, and I'm like, okay, let's get you to bed. Get you to bed, go to sleep, wake up the next morning. She's like, oh, she's hungover. Why the hell do I need to yell at her? I'll be like, so you sure you don't want an aspirin? What time do we have to be there at? You know, like, she's learning her lesson that way. And she'd do it to me. Like, where is he? Oh, he's outside the bar and no cab, no taxi will pick him up. Like, I'll go out and pick him up. I'm like, hey, it's you. Fantastic. Sorry. You know? Just fucking deal with it. She also comes home and we're not in an open relationship, and she's like, so I met this guy and we kind of made out for a little bit. I'd be like, okay. Did you like exchange numbers? Did you tell him? Like, I've never been cheated on before, but I do think that, like, so long as she'd be upfront about it and she was safe and she didn't make it into a habit, because then what's the point of being in a monogamous relationship, you know? But if it happens, it happens. Like, sometimes you just want a little bit of intimacy. Is it a part of a bigger issue? Am I one of the factors?
Sit there and tell me that as a man,
Yes.
you're fine with your fucking girlfriend
Yes.
going into a
Yes.
club
Yes.
and dancing with all the fucking guys
Yeah?
and coming home.
Yes. I am telling you that.
Okay, then you're a cuck.
I'm a cuck? I think maybe I'm secure and you're not?
Secure is now the new word for cuck.
Secure is the word for
You're a
cuck.
cuck.
Oh my god, successful is now the new word for poor because it doesn't fit my dynamic. This is the exact same logic. Yeah, Crow, that's true. And in this one, it's kind of like, get off YouTube and get a real job when, like, you're making a fortune.
No, there is no man on the planet that would accept that.
Dancing?
There is no man that would
Why does
on the
that
planet would
bother
accept
you?
that.
Why does it bother you that a woman would dance with another man? Why does that bother you?
Why doesn't that bother you?
Because it's dancing. Like, what?
You don't see, you don't even see.
Let's dance together and cheat on everyone we
What is
care
the
about.
problem? I'd love you to tell me what you have.
Come on, chat.
problem
Be a
with
bunch of
women
sluts. Have a
dancing
high
with
body
another
count.
man is.
He's dancing with
Dancing.
another guy.
Dancing.
Yes.
That
You
is
can't
not
dance?
me.
Yes. Why? I'm very confused. Why? That's
I'm dancing like fucking Donkey Kong right now. Like,
so fucking crazy to me.
So does loyalty
Genuinely,
mean
I
anything
don't
to you?
understand.
Does loyalty in a relationship mean
why
anything
are you
to
hiding my face behind you all the time? What is that about?
Oh, for God's sakes, fine. I'll raise
Why are
it
you
up.
always
There you
hiding
are.
me?
He thinks it's a flex, and he thinks no one notices.
Thank you so much. Just peeking.
Let me ask you another question. If your girlfriend was making out with another guy,
Yeah, I don't
would
care.
you have a problem with that?
No.
Oh, he'd be the motherfucker who'd tell her to get a purity ring and do the daddy-daughter dance. You know the types.
I'm going to repeat the question. If your girlfriend was making out,
And why the hell is he showing Discord like this? Does he not know you can pop it out? This is like private shit. Does he not care? I don't like when occasionally shit slips through it because I'm sometimes I suppose he's drunk.
Yeah, I don't care.
you're a cock.
No, I just don't care. Why would I care?
That's the thing. Like, he's flinging all these arguments at him, and like Jake is, and me too. I'd be kind of like just did fall on the ground and go like, what was that? Like, why did you do that? I thought we were having like a conversation, and instead you're like, what is this hoping to achieve? Nothing. I mean, you're not hurting me. You're definitely not hurting me. What you're aiming for is not that. Like, was that your angle? And they kind of stop and go, no. It was, wasn't it? You honestly thought that was some sort of flex. Like, your skills are incompatible. It's that music video from Caravan Palace, the one with the wrestlers that are incompatible with each other, who want to wrestle with the other tag team of it's two guys and two girls, and they keep hitting the wrong people. And they're like, no, I want to do that. And then the wrong girl comes in and the wrong guy comes in. And eventually they pair up and they sync. Only this is like an argument. So Dave is just constantly flinging these things. And Jake's like, why? It's not sort of like, oh, well, I suppose I don't have answers for that. No. I disprove your logic by just existing. By asking questions.
You're a cock.
Okay, why?
Andrew Tate has a video out of somebody sniffing his chair. And now he's in prison. Well, now he's technically in hospital, and then he'll be brought back to prison.
Look, if you
What's
have
to
that
care
sexual
about that?
fetish, that's fine.
A sexual fetish?
Yeah, you know the one. Yeah, that's a good one.
Your girlfriend is playing tonsil hockey with another dude, and you don't care.
Okay, can I kiss? Can I have a threesome?
Yeah, sure.
Is that cool? Or threesome's cool?
Fine.
They're fine.
I know
what
what you're eventually leading me into.
So she kisses the girl that's not fucking. So what if she kisses a girl without me there? Is that cheating?
As long as she brings her home.
So it's cheating if she doesn't bring the girl she kissed home?
Yeah, I'd say that.
So if a girl
kisses,
if your girlfriend kisses a girl, the other girl is now for you?
Yeah, she's a tribute brought back. That's how he sees it. And I should know, because I thought the same thing when I was fucking 15 years old and right wing. This man's older than me. I hope to never actually have a conversation with Lord of Patriarchy on this level, because he just exhausts me and I'd get enraged. In a way, he would trigger me. It's why I don't get into debates like this. I'm not good at them. But half the time, you already know what I'm going to say. So, it's not like anything new would be brought up. on their end because they've heard it. Like the past 2 hours now. There's the difference. We spent an hour on the failed coup in Brazil and then 2 hours on this shit. We'll go back to the coup before we end.
Remember, there are different rules for women.
What
and there are different
rules? What
for men.
rules? What rules?
Well, typically,
This is embarrassing, Dave. This is like actually, I can't.
Okay,
Can I just say I'm surprised? I'm just surprised that you would like. I didn't even have to like pull this out of you. You're just giving this to me.
I'm honestly surprised with you.
Whoop. I want to see did he rage quit at any point, but he
The
didn't.
girl she kissed home. Can I just say I'm surprised? I'm just surprised that you would like. I didn't even have to like pull this out of you. You're just giving this to me.
I'm honestly surprised with you that you be openly this cucky.
Cucky.
Would you be fine with the Devil's Three-Way?
Yeah, sure. The Devil's Three-Way. I'd be fine.
Three-way. The Golden Room. 8 degrees.
Fine with.
Do you know what the Devil's Three-Way is?
I'd be fine with a whole gangbang.
So you'd be fine with
You
your
in the middle.
girlfriend. You'd be fine with your girlfriend.
I'm sure she'd
getting
be fine
fucked
with it. That's for
10
sure.
dudes.
With
You'd be
10
fine with
whole
your
of them.
girlfriend.
Yeah, sure, 10 of them.
With 10 dudes fucking your girlfriend.
10 whole ones.
Hey Sarah, 10 guys, you on board? Maybe after dinner? Okay.
Would you be fine with 10 girls fucking me? I have enough dick for it. I have enough stamina. She doesn't like butt stuff, though. There's no need for 10 people.
You know what? I know you're going to declare victory, but I'm out.
Declare
I'm
victory.
done.
Wait, what are you mad about?
I'm done.
He did win, but only because patriarchy just brought nothing to the table.
I'm done. This is it. This is over.
Wait, why is it over?
Enjoy your fucking cucky life.
Wait, why are you upset that if you're gonna puke and cry if your
If
girlfriend
this-
kisses
if
a boy?
if this is the fucking
Oh, he's
goddamn
breaking.
level
He's
of-
breaking.
What, Dave? Being
of
secure?
my great opponents, then
He knows who he is. Like, Jake knows who he is. Dave does not. It is that simple. At the core of it. And that's for the reason why Jake gets laid and Dave doesn't. If Dave is in a relationship, good! I hope it changes him for the better. But it doesn't seem to be doing much of anything right now.
Your opponents? I'm just gonna puke and cry if your girlfriend kisses a boy.
If this is the fucking
Gotta hear what he's gonna say.
goddamn level of
The goddamn level of what, Dave?
of
Being
my great
secure?
opponents, then fuck it, I'm out.
How'd the call go, Dave? Sad face? Click sad face?
Sad face.
Again. Oh, but it went well. Let's go. Good job, Dave.
I'm out.
So
Dave's fake girlfriend definitely has not
changed him.
gone to the club without him.
That was good. That was exhausting, but that was good. Watch this and reviewed it on my channel. And 2 things. 1, so many names on his Discord. I know it is no. Personally, it is pretty weird how he has not dropped into my chat to complain about my wokeness yet. Should be happy, I suppose. 2. Oh God, he needs a hug, some cocoa, and with someone who charges by the hour to talk about feelings. Oh, so what did you guys think? I mean, you were kind of all, we were all doing running commentary on it. What did you think about good old David? He's got some fucked up views that wouldn't even really work well in like the time he thinks of, you know, like for example, he's meant to be the breadwinner, but like he's not really like bringing in the bread by the looks of it. He looks like trash. He's incredibly self-conscious that she's just gonna leave him with someone else. I think I'm going to change up the filters on these. Blending, interlacing, retro? Doesn't seem to do much. Here, I'll bring this onto the main screen. Ooh. I lost it to an older woman in the States. Edit transformation. No, I don't want that. Is it properties maybe? Filters, that's what I'm after. Edit filters. Let's see. Grayscale. You can see the TV boxes back there. They're actually helping with the audio. He has insecurities. I got him, but it doesn't stop me from trying to be a decent person, right? It also, you try to overcome your insecurities. Everyone has insecurities. You just try to you try to overcome them. I'm not a very social person, but I do try to go over and say hi to people. Lower the saturation. Whoa! Ooh, that's very... How about I get rid of all the saturation, and then increase the hue shift? Ooh, that's weird. Oh. What does that look like? I want some color. Actually, maybe do I? Let's go to solo. I'm boring. I lost my virginity to a virgin. That's ironically how Dave thinks you should do it. And you know what? That's how a lot of people do it. Fuck it. I'll be black and white for the next while. Ironic considering I'm on the up and up. Do not recommend. No, everyone's fumbling in. Like I've asked a lot of people like their first times, and anyone who's been like said we were a bunch of kids who just had no idea what was going on. Yeah. Let's have a look at the see if there's any update on the coup. Let's see. Doesn't seem to be much new now. Oh yeah, California got battered by a shit ton of storms. New York Times, Brazil Post. Oh, here's from The Guardian. Here's inside one of their offices. A minister came back. Like sailing with no one knows what they're doing on the boat, right? Like a girl who doesn't know how to suck cock. Well, hello, Mr. Teeth. Or just lack of friction. Oh, God. Ever make out with someone who's never made out before? Tongue just goes right back into the back of your throat. Fuck's sake. Yeah. Pass.
Eu tô chegando aqui na minha gente, aqui no segundo andar do Palácio do Planalto.
Arrived here at my office, the second floor of the Palatino Palace.
Como vocês podem ver,
Everything has been destroyed.
Olha aqui esse monitor. Olha aqui, Vadir. Isso é uma coisa criminosa que foi feita aqui. Isso é uma coisa revoltante.
They really did a number on the place. Was anywhere spared?
Obras de arte. Olha o que os vândalos fizeram aqui. É o caos. Caos.
At least no one was hurt as far as I'm aware.
Obras de arte destruídas. Patrimônio do país. É inacreditável o que foi feito aqui no palácio.
Yeah, girls... I think it's always better that a girl just has a base understanding of a hand job. She doesn't need to work to completion. She's got other things she can do. If she's well endowed, tit-wise, she can give a boob job. Or even that sort of boob job where they're bouncing it off your... You know, they're bouncing the nipple off it.
Olha o estado das salas, equipamentos.
She doesn't need to focus too much on hand jobs. She just needs to be competent with them.
Dores.
If only she had some way of knowing. Like, for example, being a slut. Oh well. Too bad I only have pure girls who have never even held a man's hand.
Olha aqui. São marginais que
Yep. I hope those...
que fizeram isso contra a democracia e contra o Brasil.
Well, they haven't done a damn thing to democracy. They wanted to do a thing with democracy, but they didn't. This is all just replayable. No one was hurt. It's actually probably the best outcome of it. Let's see if there's any... Oh, if you want to keep reading. Fuck that. Fuck The Guardian. An hour ago... Oh! Court orders remove Brasilia governor after Bolsonaro storms Congress. As it happens. This is what I'm talking about. You just said fuck The Guardian. Yeah, but they're updating, so... Okay, Supreme Court rules barista governor to be removed for 90 days. Ooh, I wonder if he was involved. Brazilian Supreme Court Justice Alexandre Morales has ruled that Brazilia's governor Ibanez Rocha should be removed from his position for 90 days on over Sunday's events. Reuters reports citing a document earlier today, shares a video in which we apologize for today's events. There's a video. Paula Bolsonaro. Apologizes. I have... Could be this. That's Lula. Oh, great. It's a fucking audio. Damn. The fact that no one was hurt is actually, so far, is a real sign.
Não sei se vocês conseguem ver, tá vazando água aqui da sede da STF.
They did just storm empty buildings and then were arrested. They actually threw themselves into a little trap. It's kind of clever. I wonder when they realized they fucked up, like the right-wingers. Maybe when they realized no one was like dragging people in suits out, and they were just seeing police starting to show up, an army more and more, they realized that nothing was going to happen and they were all going to get arrested. Oh, here we go. Obviously, I've got no idea. He looks like... Oh, he looks like... little short baby-faced dude with glasses. I think once he played like a Nazi. Oh, he might have been in Willow or Labyrinth. Oh, I can't remember what. Vandals, terrorists. So yeah. He probably was like supporting... Yeah, he's now trying to save his own skin. Same with Bolsonaro. You know, if they'd have won, Bolsonaro would have had a very different tune. Many Brazilian streets sealed off tonight have extraordinary days of police violence to go down in very worst pages of Brazilian history. Very true, and Brazil's got a pretty turbulent history. At one point, they were importing more African slaves than the South in America. Guardian, a Latin American correspondents arrived in Brasilia, where many of the streets are still sealed off. Inside that's the one from earlier. Supreme Court orders immediate removal of Brazilian governor. That could have only happened with the acquisition of every involvement of public security and intelligence authorities. Yeah, there's probably a truth to that. Maybe not every one of them, but you don't need every angle. Like, you just need enough of them to make it happen. David Warwick? Warwick Davis. Oh, no! No. That's me from Helen Sullivan for today. That's what we know. Tax could have only happened. Yeah, okay. So it's not really anything new. Everyone's got to have their 2 cents. I could start nicking random like links from like Vosh or whatever. The only video I can't show you is the video of the girl taking a shit on the floor. For obvious reasons. Jesus, that fucking Lord of Patriarchy shit. On the plus side, we milled through that. It's like for nearly 4 hours now? Fuck. So about... Let's check Twitter real quick, see if there's any updates. Probably not. There was only one group who could have... There was only one person who could have saved... saved Brazil from itself. I love kids! Oh. Long-form tweets of 4,000 characters will be launched in early February. Yeah, that's got to be abused as shit. I'm all for it if it works, but, well, we'll see. Why can't Dave just be glad that we live in an age where a man can be so free of themselves as this. Voyeur scat vid. No, it's a woman in the well, technically it'd be also an amateur one as well. She's just in the Vadim upload. She's in the ruins of the Congress, and she just starts taking a shit on the floor. For the record, we live in good times. It might not sound like it, but I mean, when this is the level of art, we're doing all right. There is, look! Look! There is a Brazilian shaman. When you gotta go, you gotta go. True. Passing by a bunch of nudity. Can't be showing that. No, people have already stopped talking about it. By the looks of it, anyway. No, that looks about it. Doesn't look like there's much else going on. Oh, I used to camp with a guy that would run about wearing tinfoil diapers. Chafing was real. I just laughed. Ugh. Now the thing is, that requires so much time and effort, and they're so prone to ripping apart. How y'all doing, chat? Doing good? Doing fantastic? I look like I'm on a CCTV camera. I guess I'll call it on the hour. So we got about another 20 minutes. Let's just vibe. Let's just vibe. And remind you once more that if you enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like, share, and subscribe. Check out the links down below for Twitter, Discord, Twitch. Where if you, I'm thinking of no, I'm gonna stay on YouTube for the rest now. Next time you see me on Twitch, I'll be IRL streaming. Trying to think, is there anything else? Oh, Streamlabs. If you want to help out, throw some money towards the goal. Very much appreciated. And we have a wish list now too. I have to start thinking about what the first... I'll probably get the green screen first. So all this will just be a thing of the past. Along with the beard. Around about March. I have to admit that that whole breaking down of Dave was really fucking tiring. Which is weird because I got plenty of sleep and I had some coffee. Don't have any more coffee now though. I'd have to go out and get more. Yeah, how you guys doing? You good? In full? Must have reused his hat. You see, it's a multitasking thing, you know? It could be used as a diaper, it could be used as a tinfoil hat. You could break it off into two pieces and use it as a bra. Elbow guards, I guess. Mask, maybe at that point, do it in a particular order, you know? I'm still looking for anything new about the Bolsonaro's thing, but I don't see it. I don't see any sign of it. Oh, but there was a cute animal picture. We should get some animal. No, they'll be here all day. We were at festivals. I was just there when I was told not to. Oh, okay. I thought you were actually out today at a festival. I was like, oh, cool. Before I go, let's just have a quick type. I'm literally just going to type in Brazil riot. Let's see. It's all just the same stuff. Oh. Bolsonaro. Republic World, 9 people watching. This is already over in India now, so they've already moved on with the topic. See, it's all just the exact same thing. No one knows much else. Bolsonaro supporters get arrested. Is there actual footage of them like getting their hands behind their back sort of thing? No. It's all just from different angles. You think, hell, in all fairness, in all fairness, I thought that was Sargon there for a minute. The protests on January 6th were more documented.
Because right now we're showing some live pictures of what's taking place in Brazil right now. As you know, and we've been reporting all afternoon here on CNN, Bolsonaro supporters
3 hours ago,
President Jair Bolsonaro have stormed into various government buildings in that country's capital. It looks like a replay of January 6th, this time in Brazil. As you know, Congressman, I mean, you just have to look at the scenes on our screens right now, and we've been playing some of these screens earlier, or some of these images earlier today.
Look, they're not even inside the building anymore. They've been pushed out to the courtyards. They're gonna be funneled out and just dispersed over the next day.
One of these pro-Bolsonaro supporters was sitting at a desk inside the Capitol in Brasilia, in Brazil, and it looked like a scene right out of January 6th. What are your thoughts as this is taking place today?
Well, Bolsonaro was an authoritarian leader, and I stand with the democratically elected leadership in Brazil.
True.
And he basically used the Trump playbook to inspire domestic terrorists to try to take over the government. And
I guarantee you this will happen when the right-wingers in Italy will be kicked out.
you're right, it looks a lot like January 6th in the United States.
And they'll probably get their asses handed to them by the police and army too.
Right now, Bolsonaro is in Florida, and he's actually very close to Donald Trump. He should be extradited to Brazil. In fact,
Yep.
It was reported that he was under investigation for corruption and fled Brazil to the United States. He's a dangerous man. They should send him back to his home country, Brazil.
And so if I'm gathering what you're saying, Congressman, are you calling on the Biden administration or authorities in Florida to return Bolsonaro, put him on a plane and send him to Brazil?
They could do that if with like an order, but the problem is, especially like if Biden did that, but the problem with that is, would Lula want to take him while there's still so much? They'd want to let it die down a little bit and then bring him back in.
As soon as possible?
Yes, absolutely. Bolsonaro should not be in Florida. The United States should not be a refuge for this authoritarian who has inspired domestic terrorism in Brazil. He should be.
Yeah. All right. Probably tomorrow there'll be a bunch of new stuff about it. You know, in all fairness, it's much better than Jan 6. There aren't people dead and no one was really injured. Obviously, there'll be some people who are injured, but we'll probably find that out later out tomorrow. I'm still emotionally drained from that fucking Lord of Patriarchy thing, man. I feel so bad for him, and right now I'm not in the I want to strangle him mode. I'm more in a, dude, would you just fucking stop? This is so stupid. You're talking out of your ass. This double standard doesn't exist, except in the head of incels like you. It's a damn powder keg. Yep, it is. Be glad that there's still plenty of places in the world that don't put up with this shit. For now. So what I'm gonna do now is, you see about the kid in Newport News? Yeah, he shot the 6-year-old. She's recovering. He recovered. She's recovering now. Oh, there's actually a great picture of that. Like, assuming this is. See if I can find it. Not a picture. It's a little quick interview sort of thing. Okay, it's not here. No context Americans. I thought it was no contact Brits, but maybe no contact Americans? Oh. Let's see if I remember the meme. Minge? Twitter. I've got a few minutes to kill, so let's see, can I actually get this meme? A 6-year-old with a fucking hell loaded gun. Think the kid was even like comprehending what would happen when they fired it? No, I'm not seeing it. So unless I shared it, we're not going to get it. There we are. Found it.
Okay, that's the biggest
Newport News parents talking about shooting involving 6-year-olds. Conservatives, but Second Amendment rights. The parent.
problem in this country. We don't. The statistics in the UK for crime is 0 for guns. Why
That's not really true, but it is really low.
is it so bad? Why is there a 7-year-old with a bloody gun? Come on, think about it. Let's do something. We've got a new governor now. Let's do something. Let's change it. You've got a beautiful country. You've got beautiful people. But what's the problem? Guns. How does a 7-year-old have a gun? That's what I'm pissed off with. I'm only here because my husband's in the military, or otherwise I would not have chosen to come to this country. Thank you, ma'am. Guns.
Home, home, mommy. How the hell did a fucking 6-year-old get a fucking gun, you know? It's very bad. Yeah. Whataboutism. I'm just seeing both sides. Stop it. This is the problem I have with people like Two Guns who mean well, but that little nugget is how it all fucking comes out. Some countries allow, like, what's the gun, right? Like, death by firearm statistics, Switzerland. Everyone is required to have a gun in Switzerland because they're all a part of the militia. Right, not everyone, but still. High rate of gun ownership. 2 million privately owned guns, 8.3 million. Country has 47 attempted homicides. In 1 year, 47. That's it. Murder rate is nearly 0. But then why the fuck? That's what the NRA angle is, of course. See? No, it's because Americans don't do well with guns. You guys are fucking weird with guns. You suck them off. You're obsessed with them. Forget having churches dedicated to Jesus. Have churches dedicated to an AR-15. It's the fucking Zardoz head. The penis is bad. The gun is good. That's the big situation that makes you feel for every... Yeah. That's the penis is evil. That's actually this year, by the way. Zardoz is set in 2023. Hell of a film. Set in Ireland, actually. I think my dad might have had a little hand in making it. Like, made some of the props and shipped it out. I never knew. If not, he knew people who worked on it. They had to lie through their teeth to let the movie be passed, considering the amount of sex that goes on in it. We're violent, obsessed with power and control, which you usually don't have. And those in power who do have it, yeah, they will just siphon it off. Not a good environment for guns. No, it's not. And don't worry, Raisin, it's only gonna get worse. Let's end on something good, because we're gonna wrap this up now. Trying to see something that I have that isn't terrible. Oh, this is good.
Hello everyone, this is
Your daily dose of the internet.
your daily dose of internet.
Not the medic.
Oh, hey there. Nice to meet you. Oh, handshake. Very nice.
Creepy.
This dog locked these people out of their car and didn't let them back in until they showed him another dog.
How? How the hell does the dog know to do that? How the hell did the dog know? How? How did the dog know to do that? That's scary. That is awesome, but scary.
Here's a great way to get ice off your car.
I was gonna say, no it's not.
This is an incredibly rare event that has only been captured on camera a few times. This bee in the middle is giving directions on where to move the colony to make a new home. You can see how the bee keeps pointing in the same direction. Eventually the whole colony will get up and move to make a new hive.
They often communicate by dancing. Seen this. Yee.
This grandma caught a virus but refused to miss out on Christmas with the family, so she wore her hazmat suit.
There's still a risk of her.
This is what happens when you pour hot water on a plate full of Skittles.
Oh, that's cool.
In case you didn't know, tarantulas and frogs are best friends. The frog receives protection from the spider, and in return, the frog protects the spider's eggs from being eaten by small insects.
Burb.
I found this YouTuber that walked into Home Depot and started making breakfast in the kitchen section.
Would you like scrambled or over easy? Scrambled. Scrambled? Yes. Oh, I bet. You want some toast? Yes, please. Give that a little taste right there.
After a few hours of making food and feeding basically everyone in the store, security eventually kicked him out.
I love how they let him for a few hours, you know?
Theodore, where's Chippy? Fifi, where's Chip?
I found a cat with a very beautiful chin.
Meh. Meh. Wiener in a box.
That is the end of this video. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys again very, very soon. Later.
Very soon.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Alright, one more, and then we're out. Because we've just got enough time.
This is your daily dose of internet.
Whop, whop, whop. This is why I'm not going to go to the Rockefeller Center. This is why I'm not going to go on the skates. I do not want another injury.
This dad's daughter is in the military and wanted to wake her up.
Yep. I used to do that to my uncle. Not the he was a Royal Marine, so you just have to shout his full name and they scramble out. That's a little bit of post-traumatic stress, to be honest with you, but still. Oh. Hey, it's the dude from Tekken. Who pooped? Did I poop? Maybe. I'm not gonna tell you.
Grocery stores are starting to use these new shopping carts. The wheels on these carts immediately lock when they go outside a designated boundary. The purpose is to stop people from stealing them or leaving them very far away from the store.
That's kind of smart.
The student pretended that he burned his hand.
My hand!
What are you?
What's inside? Oh, the smell. I bet the smell is just insanely bad in that place.
Please do not attempt. Someone was confused and thought they were driving on a road, but were actually on a frozen river. The amazing thing is that nobody was hurt.
Shit.
This cat had to teach people how to pet.
How do I pet?
How do I pet? How do we? Oh, okay. There you go.
This guy wanted to wake up his friend by throwing an eggplant at their window.
No, you fool!
That was so stupid.
This
You think?
electronic instrument makes music when you blow on it.
I want that. It sounds like the space theme when you're in Spore. You know, when you start the game and it's just like the galaxy, like dee 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 dee. All right, this put me in a better mood, but all good things do have to come to an end.
We hope you enjoyed. And
skate with me. But you're not going to be in New York. If I'm gonna skate at all, it'll be. If you want to skate vicariously, try to convince Missy to skate with me. I don't know. She could say afterwards, any pain I have, she'll take away by pouring vast quantities of alcohol down my mouth. On her wallet. It's a hard sell. But if I'm going to do it, it'll be in Rockefeller Center. I gotta do it. I gotta do it there if I'm going to do it. The wild mini theorem. Yeah, that's some good shit. Alright. We'll be back on Wednesday. And then I'll be back on the day before I leave. Where we're going to look at some of this random shit and just chill. No more Twitch until... Well, next time you see me on Twitch, I'll be IRL. I'll be drinking in a bar somewhere. And I will be... Vibbin'. Yeah, like if I'm gonna skate, I want to skate in I want to skate in 30 Rock, you know. Just to say I did it, which I could do it, but if I'm not gonna do it alone, and I'm not gonna do it anywhere else. So if you are that determined to see me skate, put the word out. Tell Missy. Use your joint feminine wiles and vast quantities of alcohol to wear down my endurance so I can make a damn fool of myself. Because of course I'll live stream it or at least film it and then upload it. Vast quantities of alcohol now. Vast. After. I wouldn't do it drunk. They probably wouldn't let you do it drunk or too drunk, you know? And I imagine it's like you can only be there for a short amount of time. I'd love to do it though. I would love to do it in the right circumstances. So who knows? Maybe. But meh. Point is, this time next week I'll be there. Holy shit. Well, not exactly this time next week. This time next week, I will be probably having a shower in the hostel in Dublin and finding on my app the next bus out from up to the airport. It's a 45-minute... Like, I've been taking that bus since I was like a kid. It's a 45-minute drive up to Dublin Airport, and it's pretty fucking regular. When I get up to Dublin, I will grab a... I'll just move straight to my gate. And then once I'm past customs, I will just... I don't know if I could live stream out of that, but I'll keep you guys updated on Discord. That's still a week away. Oh god, it's getting close now. Hence why I'm reminding people of the dono goal. Yeah, and fuck it. Every last penny will help. But if you guys want to hold off it until I'm actually there, that works too. Look, the point is, no one has to donate at all, but you will hear me talk about it a little bit more. Just at this final hurdle. Fuck it. I have very little shame. No one has to do jack shit, though. Anyway, I will be back on Wednesday at around about 10 my time. So that's 5 Eastern. There we will enjoy many, many guests, Raisin included. And, yeah, we'll see what fun we can come up with. I know Missy's aiming for the 17th. And then the 18th, I'll meet everyone else. So that means the 19th, I might be solo. So if anyone wants to meet up, just mano and mano. That would be a good time for that. And then, yeah. Yeah, back home. And I'm already pumped to getting back home, because then I can kind of say, we did it. And I can start planning the next trip, which is the UK. Which is going to be so much more easier. I just have to decide which city. It's probably going to be London. For Paddy's Day. Hell yeah. But that's something to think about when we get back. Point is, this has been a fun stream. I was glad to do something a little bit more productive. I felt there was like a bit of a gap left over, you know? So, yeah. Hope you all had a fantastic time. And, I'll see you all in